Hello, welcome to my live. Hello, UFO God. How are you doing today? Welcome to the live. Today's going to be an interesting topic. We're going to be talking about what spirituality means and how does it affect you and others. If you'd be so kind as to like and share, that'd be great. It helps the algorithms. And it'll help with the tapping so everybody doesn't have to tap their fingers up into an oblivion. It's great to see everybody here tonight. Just trying to adjust some certain things here. Hello, welcome to the live. If you could like and share, that'd be great. Thank you for coming in and stopping by. Today's topic's gonna be what does spirituality mean to you, and how does it affect you and others? Just waiting for more people to come in. I'm usually a little bit early. Everybody probably strolls in around anywhere from now till 9. Welcome to the live. Welcome. I hope everybody likes my setup. I decided to change it up a little bit. For anybody that's new that came in, thank you. I decided to change it up a little bit. Put some other accessories on there. You know, like a pendulum and some cards. All stuff I've been working with lately. Thank you. Yeah, I got it off TikTok. It's that little astronaut. I've had it for a while. It does pretty good, you know. It's got a cool light on it. It sprouts good galaxy, good background. I mean, I only paid like $10 for it, so it wasn't that bad, you know. Compared to the other ones you pay like $20, $30 for, and they can't even go across the room. This one does pretty well. I'm pretty impressed with this one. And if let me see something here for a minute. Let's see if I can, if I turn that off, is there really a difference? Well, I think there's a little bit of a difference. But hello, welcome in. Great to have everybody here. Thank you for coming in. Just waiting for more people to come up in, then we can get to the topic. And the topic for tonight is going to be what does spirituality mean to you? And how does it affect you and others? I usually don't do it on Saturdays, so I decided to do a special one because I was off for a few days because, you know, I spoke the truth. So they decided to boot me off for a little bit. So I decided to come on Saturday. See how that works. I'm going to be doing one Sunday too at the same time. And I've already sent a video out for that. I don't know if any of you probably seen it. If not, you can view on my page. You'll see the next show. Well, not show, live. It's going to be on that day. I don't remember the name of it because I just don't. But it's going to be interesting. It's going to be enlightening. Oh, I'm still waiting for people to drop in here. But you never know. Everybody can hear me well enough? Because I seem to have a problem with background noise and stuff for some reason. You know, because, you know, somebody likes to talk over me. And it happens to be probably one of my visitors that likes to speak over me. I should probably see in my videos. And sometimes if you're sitting here long enough, you'll probably catch a sound in the background that there's nothing on. There's nobody in this room, nobody in this house, so sometimes you get your voice or so, so hey, you never know. Yes, thank you, Michelle. I'm very honored that you did that for me. I'm trying to keep it rolling. People will be showing up soon. But I did say 8 o'clock. About 6 more minutes probably. Oops.
There are 12.
Oops. Well, thank you. I'm honored. I hope it does. Let me turn this phone down. Don't want to be bothered when I'm... Hello, Sharon. Welcome to the live. Today we're going to be talking about spirituality and what it means to you. And how does it affect you and others. That is today's topic. And welcome. It's great to have you here. Just waiting for the rest of the people to stroll up in here. They'll probably drift in during the night. This is not my usual night, so we'll see how that goes. If anybody wants to come up in the box, so I don't have to talk to myself because I think people get tired of hearing my voice. Just hit the guest request. You can come in the box and we'll talk. If you could hit them likes and shares. And if anybody wants to come up, you can hit the guest request or come up. Today's topic's going to be about what spirituality means to you and how it affects others, along with yourself. Because it's not just my life, it's your life too. You guys are the heartbeat of the live. You guys keep this live going. It's all about you guys. Hello, me. Welcome. I don't know if you heard what I said. Today's topic's going to be about what spirituality means to you and how it affects others. Hello, energy. Welcome. Anybody wants to hit the guest request, please do, because I don't like talking to myself. So I think I'm a lunatic. I don't mind, you know, hanging out and talking for a bit if anybody wants to. Feel free. You can hit that guest request and come right up and we'll talk about spirituality. We're going to be talking about what spirituality means to you and how it affects you and others. That's going to be the topic for today. If you want, please hit the guest request. Come on up, we'll speak and talk, hang out, talk about that. I got some mods in here, so it's a safe space. If you want to come up and tell your paranormal or spiritual or alien story and UFO stories, feel free to do that. Hello, Miss Jackson. It's great to see you.
Hey, how are you? What is this? And what is this? What's with the dragons?
I said, huh?
What is this with the dragons? I'm curious.
I like dragons.
Well,
I am
no. I'm just asking. Like, what is the ball with the? Is
the
it
setup.
just the with the?
It's my magic thing, and this is what I relate to, so I put everything I relate to.
Well, no, I like it. I'm not saying I don't. I was just wondering. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
I actually had a dream. I don't know how long ago. It was at least a couple months about awakening a dragon. I think I told you.
No, I don't think you did.
Oh, yeah. So I had a dream and I had this like baby dragon in my arms and I was pulling out its claws, but it wasn't like a malice thing. And then all of a sudden I pull out a parasite and the dragon awoke. But I found a parasite within its like in place in its claws and then it awoke and I was like, oh. And you know what's messed up is after having that dream,
Right?
literally the next day on TikTok, they were like, oh, these dragon things were found to like, you know, like thinking like a dragon is awakening, like the weird thing in the ocean moving and stuff. And I was like, that's weird. Like I literally just had a dream. But it wasn't like it was kind of like it was a little baby. It was like my baby. So I'm like, well, honestly, I think they'll be like, oh, she's chill. Get the others. You know, like move on.
From what I get from that is, see the dragons that you dream of, and some people
Oh
have
no.
experiences whatever.
I've never had a dream about it. Like it was random.
Yeah.
It was crazy, but I pulled the parasite out of its claw, and I was like crying in the dream, like why am I doing this? And then I realized why.
Well, I'll tell you why. Is because you have that dragon energy, and all of those energies that you have. If you relate whatever animal you relate to or being you relate to, they manifest in your dreams and in your visions or whatever is most what you relate to. So what that dream was telling you that your energy had a parasite in it and there was something attached to you. When you pulled it out, and
No,
were you able to grow more?
I I hear what you're saying, but no. My dreams, what I do in my dreams, it's beyond more than just myself. And I know this now. And I've been lucid dreaming ever since I was friggin' a child, like 3, 4 years old. I could taste rainbow sherbet ice cream before it was created. Like I literally dreamt of the creation. Like, man, if I could have been the CEO of Rainbow Sherbet Ice Cream at 4 years old, that would have been great. But no, that is not the case. I know it because I know my spiritual sense. And this was different. This was not just a dream. And that's why I wanted to share it, because there are certain planes that we cross
Yes.
depending on who you are. And I cross many planes within my dreamscape. Um, and this was one that was very different. And it just had like a feel. So that's why I wanted to share that, because when I saw it, I was like, are they okay? Like the connection. Plus, I was like, oh, they're on.
The reason why I said that is I'm connected with the dragons and I a lot. I'm very connected with the dragons and I'm connected with the tall whites and the Palladians, and when you said the baby dragon, the parasite, that is exactly what came up.
Yeah, someone poisoned it. They wanted to make it go to sleep, and that's what it was in my arms. And then when I pulled it, it woke up. They were trying to hide something, and I can interpret things too. Like I'm very, I'm very intuitive, and I'm like, okay, so, and I went through the whole thing. I'm like, okay, what could this be? Like, like you said, like, oh yeah, no, it had nothing to do with me. It was bigger. It was like, okay, well, a dragon. Okay, what is that? Like, what is the interpretation of it? Like society wise, and the parasite, and then pulling out the parasite, and it wakes without them knowing. Something came out. Something woke up and told or became life. Like, you never know.
Yeah,
What
you
is?
never know.
But it's just weird that's what I mean though. And that's kind of like what I wanted to say is, after having that dream, all the weird things started hitting up on TikTok, and I'm like, have you ever heard about the radio frequency warfare in Vietnam?
No, I haven't heard that one yet.
No, it's actually legit. Like, you can find actual data. So they would use radio frequencies on the Viet Cong to make them feel uneasy. They would play certain frequencies, but they were unheard by the ear. And it's kind of interesting because that was back in, the 60s, 70s. Now,
Like 64.
what have they figured out now with frequencies? So, you have ads in your dreams. Like, I've woken up with the song in my head, and I'm like, I do not even like that song. Why is it in my head?
Well, they do use sound because
No,
it was,
because the radio.
yes,
Well,
there was a there was something that happened in Venezuela because the U.S. embassy was in Venezuela, and I remember hearing about this in the early 2000s actually, that a lot of people in the building started being sick, and they come to find out they were using sound. That
Yeah,
normal people couldn't do.
exactly.
Yeah, they were using sound to make them sick. And back in 1998, they were using sound weapons on tanks.
So how did you not hear about in Vietnam?
I don't know. I get. It's like I tell everybody else
I
that
think that's
when
the first documented.
yeah, when I hear things and I get things from my spiritual guides and whatever, or something interests me, I look into it. But other than that, I really don't look into all that stuff. You know?
I heard I heard a voice say no, it's not. Is that you or on your end? Like, no, it's not. Are you alone?
Yes.
Yeah, I swear I heard something and my light didn't light up, but I heard like a tone that was like, no, it's not. What I said, like Vietnam. So it probably, honestly, World War I or II. I'm guessing because that's when they started experimenting with a bunch of stuff. But who knows? Anyway, that's just neither here nor there.
Yeah. A lot. In case anyone knowing, I do have no background noise, and people do hear voices when I speak, and it's really funny because I've already did a video about that already. That's the only one I could catch because one of the followers I had caught it, and I had broke it down to figure out what it was. But it
Well,
happens to me all the time.
I have ears. Like I have the ears I can hear. Also, I'm just gonna say this now. I know it sounds stupid. I'm gonna protect my phone. Nothing can come through it. This is not a portal for you. You cannot come through my phone.
You
Did you
never.
hear? Do you not hear that?
I hear something.
Like whispering? Like, like we cannot come through her phone. Sounds like whispering.
Did
Like,
this
anyway, after I said that. Anyway,
This happens to be the phone that I used when I was taken by the
yeah,
police.
wind sound. Someone said it in the comments. It has, that's what it sounds like, but it's the voice.
Here we go.
Anyway, oh, you have a fan on? No, there was actually a voice, but anyway.
You never know what you hear.
Well, no, I did hear after I said that. It was like, I'm like, yeah, you can't. See? We can't come to the phone right now. Did you not hear that?
I don't hear anything.
Yeah. Well, that was a clear one. But anyway, um,
I don't hear.
I want to hear like something that a story from you.
Huh?
I don't know. Have you you have this thing? Like, what are you trying to do? Like, what are you doing? Like, what is your quest?
My
What
quest.
is your favorite color?
My
What?
question. My mission is to.
What is the airspeed velocity of an unmated swallow? If you don't get it, you don't get it.
My
Anyway.
quest is to help people be more enlightened and more and raise their vibration to a higher frequency. So they'll work together to help humanity for to better us all. And I think that we need a lot more positive people out there spreading news about how they should be enlightened, like guide them, and heal them if they need it. Give them words of information and inspiration. I'm not like gonna be like all the others that require money for this and that. I think the knowledge that I've learned through my years and my experiences from the spiritual beings might help to affect somebody else that might have that awakening or want to share their story. So it would go to help other people. Basically trying to make the world a better place for everybody, because the way the world's going now, it's going down a crapper. It's nothing but negative and stuff that we don't want to hear. What about the stuff we need to hear? The stuff we are wanting to hear? Why can't people be themselves, be their authentic selves? They gotta put on this facade. Well, I'm here to help people with that, to become their true selves, to be their authentic selves, to drop that shield of negativity and bring up that positivity within their life. Maybe they can inspire other people. One small act of kindness can go a long distance. You can do that act of kindness to one person. That one person can hand it off to two people. That two people can hand it off to four people, and go on and on and on. It'll cause a ripple effect. Thank you.
Exactly. I do that every day. And you know what the difference is? When we do it and we don't make some stupid video and we just do it because it's a part of our, like, like, I've given my lunch away to people who are just like, anything help. And when you like have that vibe where it's like they need it, and when they appreciate it and they're like, oh my god, I'm like, hey, here's some pizza, like, here's, like, it I can figure out my lunch later, but here, have this, like.
Yeah.
And they're just like, look at you, and they're like, god bless you, like, thank you so much.
I
I've
can share a story about something that happened if you'd like.
Yes, I would love it. I'll mute myself.
Alright, I was homeless, and this was after my wife decided to, cheat and leave. This was back in about 2017. Might have been about 2017. She decided to up and just leave. So I went a little AWOL for a moment, and I felt like I wasn't loved and cared for, so I kind of let things backslide. When you get into that thing, when the person you loved, you gave your heart and soul to, just up and leaves you empty. I wasn't complete. I felt like no one cared, so I ended up giving up everything and just living on the street for a little bit. And when I was living on the street, I didn't have money, of course, because I'm on the street. So I happened to find $2 one day, and I I walked down the street, and I went into a Kroger. As I was going to go to a Kroger because I was feeling thirsty and I wanted something to eat. And so I took that $2 and I was ready to go into the Kroger, and I thought, man, what I could get with this. I'm like, should I get this soda? Should I get a water? This kind of stuff here and there. And I'm like, wow, okay, so I seen this homeless man out there, and I heard that voice. It was like, look at that man there. What do you think of that? And something, I handed him like $1.50, and I only had like 15 cents left. So I went in and got me a water. It was like 59 cents, and I ended up getting away with it anyway. But I ended up getting a water, and I'm still hungry. And I walked out, and the man was gone. And I'm like, well, I'm glad that helped him. I'm really happy. But I'm still hungry. And so I drank the water, and I was walking. I was walking through the parking lot, and it was an empty parking lot. And like there's really no cars in that area. So as I walked through the parking lot, I looked down, and I noticed green at the corner of my eye. So I walk over to it, I pick it up. It was money wrapped with a Kohl's card. I'm like, okay. So I'm looking around, there's nobody around. There was like $100 in it, and there was a Kohl's card. So I had my phone with me, and I dialed the number to see if the Kohl's card, if it was used. It wasn't used. There was $100 sitting on that too. So I picked it up. I'm looking around to see if there was anybody there, because I would have gave it back to him, but there was nobody around. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'm meant to keep it. So I was like, you know what? And I looked up, and there was a restaurant across the street. So I went over to the restaurant. I went in there, and I sat by the door. And I looked really scruffy at the time, and I sat at the door, and I'm like, waitress comes over. She's like, what would you like? I was like, I'm really hungry. Can I have a steak? I got like steak and shrimp, mushrooms and onions. I went all out because I was hungry, and I hadn't eaten in like 2 days. So I ate the food. I was getting ready to pay the cashier, the waitress, and she goes, no, don't worry about it. That lady over there paid. I'm like, huh? I look over, she points over with her left hand to the back corner of the restaurant. I look up, and I see a blonde lady over there. I'm like, And I nodded to her like, thank you, And then I put my head down, and I thought, maybe I should get up and say something. I felt that I needed to say something. So I get up, and I start walking towards her, like towards the area where she was at. I look up, and she's gone, like she wasn't even there. I'm looking because the only way out of the restaurant was behind me. Nobody passed me. And I'm like, I turn around, I sit back at the thing. The lady comes over, would you like something else? I'm like, where did that lady go that paid for the meal? I wanted to thank her. She goes, I don't know. I didn't see her leave. I'm like, okay. So I walked out, and I was like, man, I wish I had a bus so I could take the bus down to Kohl's, because I wanted some new shoes and some socks and some stuff like that. So I went down onto the. I caught the bus. I don't know how I managed to do that, but I caught the bus just in time. I get on the bus. I go to Kohl's. I buy with the $100 card. I ended up buying sneakers, socks, and underwear, just enough to cover all of it. It was like 98, 97 or something like that. It was like pretty cool. So I got it, and I was like, man, thank you, thank you God, thank you whoever it was. And I went to walk out, and I thought, now only if I had a place to live, because I don't want to go back to the shelter or live on the street. It's like, maybe if I can get a job somewhere. And I'm starting to wonder, and as I'm walking out the door, and I'm trying to think of a place to get a job, I bump into this guy. He's like, I'm like, hey, how you doing? He's like, I'm all right. He goes, and for some reason, he asked me, he goes, are you homeless? Because I seen you on the street a couple of times. I'm like, yeah, I don't have a home. I'm living on the street. So he says to me, he says, well, it's funny. I just got an apartment open today because somebody just up and left. He goes, I'll give you that apartment for 1 month's free rent. And he goes, and when you get a job, you can just on the next month, you can just pay me half the money. So you're basically going to get a month and a half free. You won't even have to do a security deposit. I was like, cool. So within that day, all of that good fortune came to me because I did the right thing. I feel that I did the right thing, and even though that I had nothing and I gave almost all of what I had to help somebody, that made me feel like a good person. That made me feel like I inspired them, and that's what happened. So, and I probably would have had just a crappy butt day if I never did, and I would have kept that money. My life path probably would have been different.
That's the test. And it's messed up to think like that, but you it proves though, like you had that goodness in you. And I would do the same thing, honestly. It's like giving um the clothes off your back for someone just because they needed it more. So I'm happy that you had that given to you. Like that is a great freaking story.
And I've had a lot of things
So,
happen,
and
but
now you have a place. Yeah,
yeah.
it's a job. Like, so, you got the place, and then, like, job opportunities, like, what happened?
Oh, so let me tell you the last part of it. So I move into the one room efficiency, right, apartment. Well, I started moving stuff in, and I had like a couple bags. A guy walking down the street. He says, "Oh, I'll help you." He helps me carry the stuff in. He goes, "Yeah, this is it's an all right place." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "You know what?" He goes, "You working?" I was like, "No." He goes, I know a staffing agency that can get you in." I'm like, "Where?" He goes, "You can work at TriTech." I was like, "Yeah, it's better than nothing." He's like, so within a week, I was even working too. All of that stems from that one act of kindness.
Yeah, and my thing I say, despite all of the hardships, because I've gone through some stuff too, I always say, because I'm a silver lining kind of gal. I'm like, through all this bad, there has to be something, right? But I'll say, the universe works in mysterious ways. I'm like, there has to be some reason for all of this to be happening right now. Like, I mean, I've had some stuff, you know, and it's like you just have to keep that positive, like, silver lining. The universe works in mysterious ways, like mindset, and be like, keep on going. And it sounds like you're that kind of person too, and that's awesome. Like it all worked out for you, and that's how it's worked out for me. Um, in like happenstance, circumstance, like in life, and that's awesome. How are you doing now? I mean, you got this awesome little dragon set up, mesmerizing.
I'm doing fairly well. I've been going on for the last couple of years, but um, I kind of did
Well,
a
more
screw
than
up
a
last
couple, but
year.
yeah.
I kind of did a screw up last year by trusting this person, and it brought me. I gave up everything I owned, and I went to California, and they kicked me out, even though I paid for the apartment. I got kicked out of the place, and so I was homeless again.
Seriously?
And again, I I by the grace of spirit and everybody on here that I knew helped me through that, and I'm back here.
Well, you don't have to say here, but how old are you? if you don't mind me asking?
51.
Okay, so now you should know better. So don't do it again. Don't trust people unless you know them. Online is not trusting. If you don't meet them in person and sense their thing and like get to know them for at least a year, you don't really know who they are. So just this is coming from someone who's very good at reading people. Like, don't ever, ever, ever like be a like you have your self-preservation. 51? My goodness. Sir, you need to look after yourself. I know, like, my goodness. You have a community though, so that's good.
Well,
Especially that's the good thing about TikTok.
I was single for 16 years, and I thought that, I had something with this woman that I went down there with her to California, and it all went south. I thought it was gonna be, a relationship and all this, and it went bad. I live and learn.
No, I'm sorry. That's why honestly I don't like you don't online date. I I'm okay. I'm younger than you, but I'm 37 and I've online dated since I was well, I've done it for probably longer, more years than you, and it does not work. They are not the people you think they are, no matter how much you talk, how long you talk, and then you meet, and then you meet up, and then you meet up. It's not the same person. It's not this. It's not the
Not the
person
same.
you think they are. Even when I've met someone in person, and then let's say they were deployed, and we just chatted online, and then they come back, and they didn't even go to a bad place. Like, we didn't have PTSD. They were like, oh yeah, just drinking, hanging out. Like, it was not a bad place. They were not the same person over text. Like, you can't actually communicate accurately when it comes to that because in person is different.
Yeah.
It's the chemistry between people physically, not technologically. Like, that's a whole different, like, technological chemistry is one thing, but physical chemistry is a whole different chemistry.
Yeah.
And people just don't realize that, and they're getting disconnected because I have a feeling that that's probably something they're trying to do. I don't know who they is, but
Well, I have a theory, but
don't date online anymore. And it's so hard to find people who actually want to be like, oh, hey. Like, you remember meeting people and dating? That's not really happening anymore because they're like, oh, well. Like, they're dating online. Like, you meet someone, you're like, oh. Yeah, I mean, I don't really go out anymore, so that doesn't help, but anyway.
yeah,
That's
I was I was a bad boy when I was younger,
I'm
and
sure. I mean, you're 51 now, so come on, 80s, 90s, like you were like, yeah, let's go, let's
it all
do
slowed down
it.
at 35 for me. I was like, yeah, nah. I got real picky when it came to my 30s.
Yeah, I'm in my third. I'm in my well, look, I'm 37, and it's hard because I've had two actual, what I would say, well, one and a half relationships, and it's rough. Like it's rough trying to. I look at it this way, and you should too, because it's not sad. It's beautiful. If not in this life, then the next, I'm meant to meet my person.
Right?
If I'm not meant to meet them now, then I'm not going to like fuss. But in the meantime, it'd be nice to have, you know, like maybe that love, like fun love feeling again, but I'm not gonna hold up my horn and be like, yeah, you know,
Right.
like you just have to be real with yourself, and that's the first step.
A lot of people ain't real with themselves.
Well, and that's exactly. They don't get real with themselves. You have to be real with your feelings and the reality of reality and be like, look, this might not happen, and I'm okay with it. But in the end result, I know that there is something. On the end note, um, there's some individuals possibly heading towards here, and they're not.
Some of them are already here.
Well, yes, but um, you ever have a I yeah, I shouldn't go into this, but they're not happy. One of them's not happy with me, I feel. For a reason untold. You ever feel like you were bored, like you've lived many lives and you came here for a reason?
Hmm.
Yeah. This is a different topic. I shouldn't go into this. This might be too much. Unless you're interested. Okay, let me tell you a story my friend told me. So my friend told me that she um my friend told me she started to have visions, and that she realized that maybe she was from a different planet. And I was like, oh, that's weird. And she's like, yeah, and in on like this place, she would have been the one in charge, but there was a male dominant figure that was like supposed to be her supporter, and kind of like side-minded her and was like, oh, we'll go to this place and you can put your energy and figure out stuff. And she's like, yeah, actually, like, why not try to figure out why they deserve to live and all these things? And then down the line, my friend figured out that it was just a ploy so that they could take over what she was actually supposed to be in charge of. And but while she was there, she learned so much through many different lifetimes and had all these things come back to her. And then now they're on their way to that place. And um yeah, so that's what my friend told me, and I was like, wow, that's really interesting.
It is. There's a lot of beings out there. Some want to do harm and some want to do good. Because the universe has a balance too, like we should and we all do.
Yeah, and that's what my friend realized. And she realized that the human species, despite um, the bad ones, there are many good. And um, these individuals are not, well, one of them is just gung ho on trying to take over stuff. So it's very interesting. That's what she said. I don't know. That's what.
Well, I know my origin is, I guess, kind of cool. People think, but the origin of how I got here is I guess very different from a lot of people, and I didn't realize it until it was told to me that my original being was a golden dragon, and it came from another universe. And when he came here, he learned that this universe has a different aspects of life, and they settled in the Lyrian star system, Epsilon Andrade, and his people drifted through the Lyrian star system on the seven planets, which I drew years ago, and I didn't realize what it was. And if it wasn't for somebody on TikTok showing, after I told my story, she actually pointed it all out. Because at this time, I didn't know anything about all that. I just know, oh, I have seven planets in the space, blah, blah, blah. But, it was more clarified as time began, as time went on. But the problem with his species is he didn't have emotions. They didn't know how to handle emotions. They didn't know what emotions were. So, and he wanted to bring that to his people. So, when I was born, he kind of... See, that's a weird thing in how I was born, too. That's just a mystery itself. But when I was born, he just happened to hop on here for the ride. And, I got him tagging along with me. And so he's learning emotions, and how to deal with them.
When
And,
were you born?
hmm?
When were you born?
Well, the story of my birth is my brother was born September 6th at 6 p.m. He passed on at 6:06 p.m. They brought my mother out of the room, they cleaned her up, sent her to the room. So at around 6:06, 6 o'clock the next morning, on September 6th at around 6 a.m., she started getting contractions, and out I came at 7:07 on September 7th.
Oh, so you're technically a Leo, right?
Virgo.
Oh, well, they changed it though. Did you realize they changed? They like push back the like what you are. I mean, you might still be a Virgo, but
And if that's not the kick in the nuts, that,
were you left in the hallway?
huh?
I said, were you left in the hallway?
In the hallway.
Oh no, never mind.
Um, I was born September 7th at 7:07, and out of 14 kids, I'm the seventh child and the seventh son.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Seven?
My mom had
What about your brother, by the way?
15 kids.
I know that you feel him if you're, yeah, but he's always gonna be there for you. Wow. Seven? All the sevens. That's crazy.
In all my life, I've seen three sevens and ones. And
Yeah.
it's been like that, three, seven, ones, and nines.
I've been seeing today I saw right like and I've been busy like cleaning like a mad woman because I've been procrastinating. So I'm like, I need to do it. So it was 333 and 555, but usually I see 1111 or 111 for the last months. Like I don't know how many lately. And it's I always think like, like, all right, what do you gotta say? Like, but then I'm like, I don't want to hear because half the time it's not those that I want to hear. You have to be careful when you're hypersensitive, like of hearing. That's the issue is if you're hypersensitive of hearing, you have to be like, okay, well, eh. But I just think like, oh, make a wish, like, and then, you know, yeah.
Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate them. Oh, we all have these gifts, and I don't know why. Just that one part just bugs me, and I know I have to let that go. But when people say that they're the chosen ones, or they're the master, this or I'm that, it just annoys me for some reason. It's like, no, you're not special. You're just like everybody else. You just got different gifts. You just use those gifts more than they use their own. That's the only thing that sets you apart from anybody else when it comes to gifts and stuff like that. I mean, not that hard to figure out.
Yeah, and that's not what I was saying about
Yeah.
my friend. It was kind of I think, a warning or something. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, with your friend, it seems more like. Hey, I'm getting. It almost sounds like it was the reps. Because they're the ones that have been. The reps.
Well, no. Well, when they hear him still in like there's a difference between being on Earth and in traveling, being able to hear the different frequencies of travel and um but not actually, so there's a difference in frequencies when you're hearing it, so I've heard, and the high, low, medium, whatever, and you can tell the difference in frequencies in which you're interpreting, and they were not low. They weren't like they know the difference between them and um the others. It was different. But anyway, maybe a different conversation for another time. There are other here that have things to say.
Oh yes, I'll be here tomorrow too, and I'll be here Tuesday and Thursday of next week. There's plenty of time. I don't think the world's gonna end within a day or so. I hope not. I don't think so though. But anybody else have anything to add?
Tell me, Skyyacht is never lost.
Hi guys, I'm only with you for a little bit. I'm going to a wedding this evening. It's my youngest son getting married. So you may lose me because where I'm going there may not be reception. So if I just disappear, it's not because I disappeared.
Well, you're never lost, my friend.
How are you doing, honey?
I'm good. I'm a lot better now.
Good, I'm glad.
Is that my music or someone else?
It's not mine.
I think. Yeah.
But if you play music on my thing, I can't post it on YouTube because they always have this issue with not letting me post my video. Thank you, Miss Jackson, for coming up. It was an honor to have you here.
How are you doing, Rivers Blues?
In a quarter mile, turn left.
I just have to go out and come back in. I don't know what I did.
I was trying to bring them in. Oh, bending over is no fun, you guys.
It never is.
Oh, well, I have chocolate covered bananas. You can always tell when I'm craving because I have chocolate covered bananas. I have mango and cream Johnny Pops. I have chocolate dipped cherries and cream.
For the night.
I have organic chocolate fudge gelato, fresh from Italy. When I'm bad, I'm really bad.
I'm gonna take that trip over to your house.
And I have Pacific Coast pistachio gelato. And gooey butter cake caramel gelato.
Those sound absolutely.
What should I try first?
Oh my God! Close your eyes and just pick.
You guys, those Johnny Pops are seriously good. They're not cheap, but they're really good.
Nothing's ever cheap anymore.
No.
Got a gallon of milk. They want to charge me $4.50 for it.
For what? What?
A gallon of milk is $4.50.
Wow. Well, I just skip the milk and go for the ice cream.
That's even worse.
I don't know what's going on with my thing, but it keeps playing music. Let me see if I can fix it.
Somebody wants to sing us a song today. See over there, very good. If you could like and share, that would be great. If you want to donate to me on here, that's great. Maybe wonderful. But if you don't want to support TikTok and want to support me, you could. I have a PayPal and Cash App on my profile. It's all on you. If you feel inspired to do that, that's cool. But other than that, we're talking about spirituality today, and it's going to be what does spirituality mean to you, and how does it affect you and others. As it goes silent. Ooh. And
Okay, I think I got my music app to finally turn itself off. It's weird. It's like, it's kind of scary. How it never pays attention to you, you know? It just started playing by itself and then it wouldn't stop.
it happens like we were just talking earlier, right? I was talking to Miss Jackson here, and the funny thing is there was voices coming through when she was on here.
That's weird.
It happens every time for some reason now lately. Like, I have no background noise, and nobody's in this room.
It was my music app. It was my Amazon Music app that just turned itself on, and then it would not stop. It would not let me turn it off.
I think that's a sign.
What's it a sign of? Now I need some music.
We're all musical.
Oh,
We're all in harmony. We're all in sequence. The fairies and the fae over there want to serenade us with music.
So, Suzanne, you went and bought stuff to eat. I went and bought a bunch of crystals. I just can't help myself.
I had it delivered.
I
I
went and
just,
bought, I went and bought a bunch of tobacco.
oh, well, I had this gift certificate for my kids. And the dang thing, I had forgotten about it for so long. It was so ratty. It was kind of embarrassing. But by God, I went and spent it anyway. And I got a bunch of crystals that I don't know where I'm going to put them all because I already
I
have.
guess we lost Yaya.
Yeah, we lost the Yaya.
She said she was going to a wedding. Is
But
that
she
right?
gained the dragons.
Her son. Her son's wedding.
Her son? Oh, her son's wedding? Didn't she say something about?
That's what I thought she said.
Didn't she say something about how they weren't going to stay for the reception?
I think so.
That that's weird.
Mom.
Thank you. I updated my scenery here.
Oh yeah, that looks nice.
The cards. Oh, let me move this out of my hand. I can't have that in my hand. People have been asking me for readings with this, and I got them pretty spot on now. These I'm not too much of a fan of, but you know the dragon, so you know it fits the decor here.
Are they oracle or tarot?
Oracle. I don't use tarot much anymore. I do have tarot, but and I got this pendulum that I made.
Oh, I like that. Man.
Pretty.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, and I read that, you know, it's okay to buy, but if you can make your own, it works a lot better. So I got that, and you know I got my wands and I got my balls over there.
Well, we're very happy to hear you've hung on to your balls.
Yeah, my rock hard ones. But yeah, I do have tarot cards. I have so many cards. It's not funny. I have a whole drawer full. I got all kinds. I got angel ones too.
Okay, so I found a crystal today that I had never heard of before, and I didn't think that was possible, but it happened. It's called Shattuckite. Shattuckite. Have you ever heard of that one?
Cards?
A crystal.
No.
I had never heard of it before, and I thought I knew them all. Isn't that weird?
Never heard of that one.
Okay, so it helps process spiritual info. It guards against physical or psychic harm, builds strong connections with guides, assists you when comprehension of large amounts of information is needed.
Huh.
But I had never seen or heard of it before.
I've not heard of that one. I mean, I got many stones. I've got like, I got a bunch, but I haven't heard of that one.
It's not a very impressive looking stone. It kind of just looks like, I don't know, like a little gray-green, almost granite pavement looking stone.
Huh.
But I got it.
I know the most expensive stone I'm wearing around my damn neck.
The moldavite?
Yeah.
You wear it around your neck?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. I can't. I would just be. I would be loco. I would be. It just.
Oh,
It works too hard on me.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, James. How's it going?
Hey, it's a going. Just got in.
Where have you been?
No, I just work today. I get tomorrow off. I get one day off. So.
I'm sorry.
No, I seen this channel and I was like, kind of cool. So
We
thought
are
I'd drop in.
We're all very cool. We're gonna miss Yaya though.
How y'all been today?
Hanging in there. Buying
Yeah,
the
it's
store
like-
out of ice cream.
Where y'all from? Like, hopefully, where the hurricane, stuff is at.
I'm in Tulsa, so I'm safe from the hurricane.
Yeah.
way away from me, thank God. I did get hit by. We did get hit by some hail.
By hell.
But what?
Yeah, I'm in the Appalachians, up in the mountains. So
That's so beautiful. Such a beautiful place.
Yeah, it's
I'm not
alright.
the Appalachians.
Yeah, it's kind of scary at
Lived away from
times.
there,
But,
James? Have you ever lived away from there?
I went to the Keys in Florida and the Gulf when I was 17, 18-ish. And yeah, I lived down there for a little bit. But my mom got cancer and I moved back to Kentucky, so.
Didn't you miss your mountains though?
Oh, yes.
I grew up in a small, very small, rural place in Arkansas, right on the edge of Arkansas and Tennessee. And we moved to Texas. And that was
Oh, wow.
that was a huge shock. I mean, we'd been
I'd say
here
it
a visit,
was.
but we knew what it looked like, and we all begged not to have to leave. But, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
I said, the minute I get old enough to get out of this place, I'm gone. And
That's what I
let's
said about
see, 58 years later, I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm only 37, so
Oh,
yeah, never married, so yeah.
I am. We do visit a lot, though. We like that area. And it's so beautiful. I still have a lot of family there. I just,
Hey, that hurricane blew out southeast Kentucky. I mean, it engulfed it all. It ain't even there no more. It took it off. And this hurricane was the worst on record.
Yeah.
It has been.
Wow.
Reaching up into Kentucky through Tennessee. Tennessee is just in shambles. I mean, it's crazy. I can imagine Florida.
Oh yeah, because it hit. When it came to Florida, when I was watching it, it was supposed to go right through Tallahassee and Panama City.
Yeah, Tampa. Yeah, up to there. Yeah. No, my prayers go out for them, But
No.
shoot,
I hadn't really read
Yeah.
much about it. I haven't gone on to the news today. But
My
I had a feeling it was going to be pretty bad.
my friend lives in North Carolina, and she doesn't have electricity either.
I imagine a lot
Oh
of those
yeah.
places are going to be pretty wild and crazy for the next few weeks.
The worst we got up here, I'm up in Virginia, and yeah, we got the tail end of it, and it was pretty bad wind and thunderstorms, but that's all it was here. It wasn't too
You're
bad.
lucky.
Yeah, they would have tore this place apart.
Yeah. No, I'm way up in the mountains up here. Trails, everything. Yeah.
You have any
You see
Bigfoot?
everything, hear everything. Huh?
You got any Bigfoot in your backyard? Any
I'm sorry, I
Sasquatch?
couldn't.
Do you have any
Oh, any
Sasquatch?
Sasquatch?
Yeah, in your yard?
Yeah, we hear, yeah, we hear knocking and stuff like that, like, but time to time, but I mean, I haven't really seen anything. The most bad thing we have up here is feral people,
Yeah,
and yeah. Have you ever watched Hills Have Eyes?
yeah.
Yeah. They're kind of like that. Yeah. They're
Pennsylvania, right?
they're nomads. Live way off the grid. I thought I lived off the grid, and I don't.
They're kind of inbred too, aren't they?
They're already that.
Yeah, they kind of like breed in families and.
Oh, they're cannibals. But yeah, no. We hear the knocking. Typically from a Bigfoot, but that's the least. The least of my worries.
Is that up
around
near
here.
Pennsylvania?
Where I'm at,
Yeah.
kinda, yeah.
Because up near Pennsylvania, I heard. Does someone have a dryer?
It sounds like someone's dryer is going on.
Yeah, it's probably mine. Let me turn it off.
But I heard a story, and this is from one of my GOV sources that they sent some people up there because it was a plane crash, and they sent like a platoon of people up there, and they disappeared. So they sent a second group, and they all disappeared except for one. And he told a story of there was like werewolf looking beings up there and feral people.
Oh yeah, well, those definitely ferals up here. You're talking about Wolfman, yeah. He's he's more of an entity. He's yeah, he's not like a typical werewolf. Like he shifts from human to werewolf. He's nothing like that.
I know what I know. They know what they did.
He's more like a skinwalker, more or less.
I know what about but they did that on the kick out.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy. I don't know what that is. But yeah, no, yeah, we got legends up here, stretch a mile long.
Yeah, I know.
But
And we did too, but not near what you have in your area.
yeah, well, they filmed that video or movie. I mean, in Nevada, but I mean, it's up here,
Yeah.
rampant, bad.
Isn't it
You
weird
have
how
to
they
walk
do that?
around. Yeah, well, they try to switch it up because Nevada's, the desert, and they got the mountains and all that. I mean, up here it's a jungle with the mountains. So, but with the mountains. So, but I'm echoing or something. So, but I'm echoing or something.
What in the world?
There is something weird going on here. What is that?
What in the? What is that?
That's just, you're having crazy stuff go on here, Brim.
Oh no, that came from you.
It came from me?
Yes.
Didn't come from me.
Yeah, I muted myself.
That came from Honey this time.
I must be being visited or something is going on here.
It actually, that one, it sounded like an angel or something. A very deep, manly voice, like, "Hello."
Well,
Yeah, that was me on Echo.
my manly person is in his recliner and they're watching YouTube. He's getting he's getting ready to go out on a 5-day pack out into New Mexico.
Wow.
Yeah. And he'll be able to call me when he's going to stay in a hotel two different nights. One, the first night when he gets there, he'll call me. After that, I won't be able to reach him. He won't be able to reach me until the fourth day when he gets back to that hotel and then on his way home. So
You're a good woman for letting him go,
Do what?
You're a good woman, for letting him go.
Oh, I'm not letting him go. He can do whatever he wants to do. I mean, I'm not going. As long as he doesn't expect me to go, I'm
He can do anything he wants as long as she doesn't have to go.
I'm not carrying 70 pounds of crap on my back and walking around.
See, the trick is, honey, I could never carry an adult size pack. So you have this size pack that fits your back, and then the top.
The fact that fits your back.
Yeah. Well, he was 6'6", and he had his accident and broke his back, and he lost a couple of inches, so he's still 6'4", which is pretty good size. And he carries about 70 pounds or a little more by the time he gets all of his stuff that he wants in there. He's bought 2 or 3 different types of mattresses just so he can, sleep on the ground. And all his tools and food and, dried up stuff he lives on for the whole time.
MREs, yeah.
Yeah. I just can't even imagine, first of all, dragging around all that weight on my back. Second of all, climbing around and doing all that and pooping in holes and not having a bath. And
That sounds like fun.
yeah, I'm sure you would like that.
I have done it. I've lived on a mountain for a month with just a survival knife.
I know, and I've done it too, which is why I know for 100% that I don't want to do it.
Oh, come on now. You like it.
I love camping.
I loved it. We backpacked all over California.
We did it when our kids were young and growing up. I went camping and I slept on the ground and I did all the things. And once they got grown and out of the house and I didn't have to do it anymore, I said, okay, buddy, that's it. And he loves it. He truly loves it. And this is not his first by any stretch. I'm sure it won't be his last. And
You're a good woman for
he
that.
loves to be by himself and just, he
Being with nature.
Yeah, he would like it if I would go with him. And I've asked him multiple times because any one of his kids or grandkids would love to go with him. But he doesn't want, he said the only one that he would be okay with going with him is me. And I just don't want to. So,
He's going by himself?
yeah, he always does, Suzanne.
Wow.
That's why I was saying I won't be able to get in contact with him for probably 75% of the time he's going to be gone. And so I've got the map and I know the timeline, you know, for if he doesn't contact me by, then I start making calls.
Yeah, it's kind of
So
risky.
you know where he's going to be at, but
Yeah, I know everywhere
Yeah.
he's going to be at. And I kind of have a map. I have a general idea. He has a map. So I'll have a general idea as to where he would have been in case something did happen.
Yeah.
He didn't have to get a permit to go hiking in this place he's going, and nobody monitors it. So they won't know if he got there or got out.
literally on his own.
Yes.
Like literally. Like
Yeah.
survivalist to the max.
Yes.
He needs to do
My
all
dad,
that.
see, my dad was the Special Forces. He is 101st Airborne, and so he raised us that way. I went hunting for the first time. I was 4 years old. I shot a rabbit with a bow when I was 4 years old, literally.
I did all that.
I
too
had pictures.
growing
I
up.
don't have them anymore, but
That's why I don't really. I mean, I did all that. I grew up doing all that. I
yeah.
don't- And we did it all those years with the kids, and I mean, I just
You're over it.
I've been yes.
I need the trap.
He hiked us 12, 14 miles a day at Yellowstone. You know, you get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, you run, you go eat all that food, and then you start hiking, and you hike all day, and then you come back, and
Lethargic, yeah. Tired, yeah.
and I'm thinking, yeah, there were some beautiful things to see. I agree. And we got some beautiful pictures, and the girls just had the time of their lives, and they were old enough. The oldest was just about to get married, and the youngest was in high school. So, you know,
They still have the memories of it.
yes, they.
It's not like they were so young that you were like years later going, do y'all remember? And they're like, I don't remember ever doing that.
Right, and there's many things that we did that our kids don't remember because they were too little. And I'm thinking, so what did we do all that for? But no, really, we had fun. They had fun, and now they're grown and they can take their own damn kids. You know. So,
Yellowstone, when it blows, we're all screwed.
Yeah.
yeah. You think it
Yes.
will at some point? I mean, is it done?
Yellowstone?
Yeah.
We're
It's
gone.
bad news when Yellowstone goes.
What's the
Look at
latest?
that island. There's an island one that's just as bad as Yellowstone. It's about ready to go too. In the Filipino Islands, they were talking about that the other day. That this volcano over near the Filipino Islands, that if this thing goes, it's going to cause the whole world a problem.
Wow.
Yeah. It's overdue right now, actually.
Really? Huh. Well, I guess.
Sorry, I didn't realize my mic was still on. I was putting my headphones on. I hope I wasn't making a lot of noise.
I
At
didn't
least
hear
you all
you.
can hear me this time.
Yes, we can all hear
Yes.
you. Did you get that one fit?
No, I switched phones actually. I'm using my alien phone.
Oh, good job.
The ones where the aliens broke my phone.
No, I took out my Bluetooth. So.
I had to take mine out too, James. It was doing some weird. That was what we were talking about. Is the minute I got on, my Amazon Music started playing a playlist, and it wasn't even my playlist. It's his, and it had a bunch of country music on it, which I don't even listen to. And then there was some other kind of weird noise once I finally got the Amazon off. And then we had the voice from wherever that was from. So I don't know. Maybe everybody at my house is so shocked that I actually got up, got dressed, and put on makeup and went somewhere today. I got the Sasquatch and the fairies all worried about me.
I have to psych myself up to even be able to go to the doctor. I hate leaving the house. I literally hate leaving the house.
Oh, you're a hermit.
I'm becoming
Pretty much.
I'm becoming a hermit. Yes, I am. Which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
I prefer troll. I'm a troll. I'm a garden troll.
You mean gnome?
As long as your toenails
No,
don't get out
totally.
of
No, I
control.
totally mean troll, honey. No, I totally mean a garden troll.
I want to be the kind that collects the bridge toll. I'll be a bridge troll.
Yeah, be a rich troll.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
I want to be a bridge troll. I'll collect the money.
Yeah.
And like in the Three Billy Goats Gruff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's me. I'm that short, scary thing under the bridge.
That's me. See, we're sisters. There we go.
You can reach up and grab the kids' ankles.
Oh.
Oh my Lord. When my sisters were in high school, we decided, I was in my mid-20s, my husband was in his mid-20s. We decided to throw a party for my sister's ROTC class. And a Halloween party on my grandparents' property. And we went out and we dug graves, and we had an old hearse out there, and we went nine yards with it. We had 3 kids get so scared they ran away and were walking down the railroad tracks crying. These were teenagers. They were teenagers. I told my husband, I say, I think we're going over the top. No, come on. Teenagers love to be scared. Not all teenagers love to be that scared.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
I took a bunch camping, and after we set every single thing up, they started looking around, and right next to one of their tents, there was a tree full of daddy long legs.
Oh,
And I'm telling you, they all ran screaming, and I had to take those tents down and move them all because they wouldn't even come back over there. They were just horrified, and they were probably 15, 16 years old.
So, about the topic, what does spirituality mean to you, and how does it affect others?
Who is it?
How does my spirituality affect others?
What does your spirituality mean to you, and how does it affect others? That's the topic for tonight.
So like, how does my spirituality, what it means to me, how does that affect others? Or how does just spirituality in general affect others?
Whichever you prefer, dear.
Oh, okay. Well, I gotta know.
Oh, whatever suits you fine.
Okay, so spirituality, to me, has always been my quest since I was very young, is to find out what it all means, what's this all about, and what I'm here for. What are we here for? And I've spent my whole life reading and researching and experiencing and trying to figure it out. And I've finally come to the realization that it's just us. It's just living. It's an experience that just keeps growing. And the fact that I have become more spiritual throughout the years, because I did have a period of time where I was just kind of mediocre spiritual, where I was aware and I knew, but I didn't have time because, work full time, 3 kids, you're just surviving at some point. But once that period of my life passed and I began to really explore and really look and grow, the way it has affected my immediate family and friends has been interesting. Mostly they think I'm a crazy old lady.
I was gonna say, was it in a positive way or a negative way?
Yeah, two of my girls are very spiritual themselves. They have grown with me, one more than the other. They get it. They know what I'm talking about. They talk to me about it all the time. You know, they send me things. We talk on the phone. We share books. We share crystals and cards. The younger one, she thinks it's all very interesting and cool, but she's not real sure yet what that really means for her. And of course, the oldest one has gone into the evangelical religion hole, and she thinks that I'm going to hell. It worries her. And of course, it doesn't help that I laugh and tell her there is no hell, because, that just adds to her concern. My poor husband, he didn't have really any religion or spirituality or thoughts on any of that kind of thing. And I got him involved in church because I wanted the kids to be brought up with some sort of idea, because I'd been in church all my life and I wanted them to have some idea. And we just kept going to the same church I'd always gone to and raised them up in that church. But it wasn't a full-blown crazy church. We're Lutheran, for pity's sake. Probably as bland and blah as you could get. And still, we were full of love and grace and rituals still. But I don't know. My daughter married an evangelical who was more than happy for her to become the evangelical trad wife. And she fought it off for about 10 years, but she got tired. And now she's embraced it, and that's how they raise their kids. So their kids are worried about me too. They're of an age where they're trying to get me to come to church. They're trying to talk to me about religious dogma, and they're always quoting, half-assed scripture at me, which it makes them mad that I know more about what they're talking about. I can finish the quote and tell them what the beginning and the end is supposed to be. They shouldn't just be looking in the middle. And
Right.
so we do have some interesting conversations, and it makes the oldest a little upset that I have my little altar area here in the family room with the Buddha and all the books and the fountains and the statues and the crystals.
And how many kids
I got 3 kids, 3 girls.
Oh, okay.
And so, yeah, you're about the age of my middle girl, James.
Yeah.
So, she, my middle child is very spiritual, and she had a very unfortunate marriage for about 12 years. And she ended up divorced, and she married another one, and we just love him. But he does runes, and he likes to read cards, and he's all into crystals. And so my oldest one is very concerned and thinks he might be into devil worshiping because he reads runes. I've had to explain that to her several times, but she's not getting it.
She doesn't understand the difference between devil worshiping and paganism.
Right.
Yeah, paganism, yeah.
And that's a lot of people. A lot of people see paganism as Satanism, and it's not.
Yeah, it's totally different.
My people are pagans. I come from a Scottish, Irish, Viking background. So
They believe that, yeah,
I've got all
more
of that, and I've got 2% Native American. I got 2% Choctaw in me. My grandfather, he actually raised me in the old way, in the knowledge of our ancestors. on how to hunt and how to survive on your own, and how to find water when there isn't any water, and how to all the different things that most people don't learn unless they go into the military. And so my spiritualism started when I was very, very young. But I lost my way and I came back. And when I can't say, excuse me, I did not lose my way. I turned my back away from it. I did not lose it. I knew where it was. It was behind me. It was there with me all the time. It was tattooed on my shoulders. That's the way it feels, that my spirituality is a part of me. It's like part of my skin, part of my, it is. So it's my soul. So,
Well, I've explained to her, Mel, several times that, you know, the Bible is just a compilation of paganism and some Christian dogma that they dug up to slap together to keep people from rioting. You know,
the Christians stole a lot of the religious ceremonies of the Samhain, which is I can't say it properly because I don't, but my sister says it perfectly because she has the language, I don't. Is actually Halloween.
Yeah.
And it's actually a pre-Germanic. It was from Germany.
Yes.
It was
I'm German.
Yes. Yeah, I'm a Heinz 57.
Yeah.
I literally am. I'm a Heinz 57. When I knew most of my DNA, most of my genetic background, I knew it. But I did a DNA test for this woman because she swore that I was her half sister. She just knew that my mother had had a baby before me and gave it up for adoption. And she was just bound and determined, and she would not take no for an answer. So I said, fine, I'll do a DNA test. She paid for it. I did the DNA test. And lo and behold, we were cousins, not sisters.
That's weird.
Yeah. Well, actually, she's my cousin's cousin. Yeah. Well, actually, she's my cousin's cousin. Yeah. Oh, why am I echoing back? Well, actually, she's my cousin's. Oh, hang on. I'll be right back. I got to turn it off. No.
I gotta figure out what's going on with my phone. There's either something hanging over my shoulder or it's my phone. So I'll be back.
Do you have any?
Okay. So back to this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, James.
Sorry. I said.
No, it's cool, James. Go ahead.
If you have any background, like apps open, it'll echo. Like any background apps, like YouTube or
I
whatever.
don't think I do.
It'll echo sometimes. But I'm half Crow and half Cherokee. That's why I'm saying all year long, and I hate it. But it is what it is. I like to be white or once in a while.
I'm majority white.
Hey, the Crows, they were pretty good Indians, man. They definitely, weren't the Manchees or anything. They were more down to earth and stuff. So was the Cherokee.
My grandfather's people were Choctaw. My great grandmother was half. So I didn't get much. I got 2%. Because it didn't. So I'm like 2% indigenous, and that's not very much. But I'm totally white on the outside, but on the inside I'm totally red. I'm totally white on the outside, but on the inside I'm totally red. That's what my grandpa used to always say.
Let me just finish real quick. I was going to say that my
honey.
spirituality has had a huge impact on my life as far as my career. Because I work with people. I've worked in healthcare all my life. And I think it's made a huge difference in how I see my patients and how they see me. And I think that's the most important thing to me, is that I've been able to shine a light in some of the darkest moments because I could be spiritual, not religious. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
That's kind of
That totally makes sense.
That's what a lot of
And I
people need.
and I believe, honey, that is actually the best religious reference there is to be the kindest person you can be, and to let other people's beliefs not bother what you believe. You can love other people no matter what they believe, and that's beautiful. Acceptance of each other, that's what we have to have, is acceptance of each other.
Yeah, if you can find that soulmate, yeah. But
Well,
sometimes you can't. So,
I just always liked helping the underdogs. And then it just so happened that that's the only kind of job I ever liked or stayed with for any length of time. So I just kind of accepted that my life was meant to be spent at the service of others. And excuse me. So that's all the jobs I did that I got paid for. And, you know, I figure, you know, you lead with love first, love and compassion for your fellow man. And, you know,
and be unconditional.
I was raised convinced I was going to hell no matter what, and I could never be good enough. And, you know, they fucked with my self-esteem to the point that, you know, I still wrestle with self-esteem issues.
That's
Only,
never been my problem.
I think, because it was just pounded into us that, you know, you're going to hell. You'll never be good enough, you know. And it's like, but somehow this old man sitting on a cloud somewhere is supposed to be made of love. I don't think so. And
well, that's why I am so grateful that my parents brought us up in the Lutheran church. That never happened to us. I mean, I was exposed to it with other parts of my family and some of my friends, but that was not how our church was or is. I quit going about 6 or 7 years ago because I realized I was addicted to the rituals and I needed to get that out. You know, that was something I still needed to work out.
was you
But
Catholic?
I will say that I'm very grateful that my parents brought us up in the Lutheran faith, where it is very loving. It's not like that at all. It's a quiet type of faith, is all I can say.
I just know that I didn't like the examples that, you know, it's like the way I judged people, not that I had any business judging anybody, but I did, because they sure as hell were judging me. I thought I was much better person than they were, because they didn't like anybody, best I could tell. I don't know, you know, I just, I got,
When judgments come to your mind, I mean, don't think about them. I mean,
Yeah, they're not worth it.
Mm-mm.
who's not worth, I don't go there anymore. So
No,
there
people
were,
like
I
that.
started going to this church, and this young couple that I met, he was really nice to me. He and I became buddies, and then I met his wife, and they had a bunch of kids. And he was like the only friend, the only person that was nice to me there. And we're talking big ass church, right? And one of their kids they had a pool and one of their kids got in the backyard and nobody noticed and they fell in and drowned.
Mm.
And
No.
Sorry.
so I did all this stuff and took it over to their house. I can't talk about it.
Wow. Yeah, there were a lot of examples. I can tell I live in a very conservative town, and I've been in every type of home in this town. And those with the most wealth and the most supposed Christian values are laughable, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And they're very judgmental around here.
Oh yeah.
My problem with the church, I've always found that there was these weekend warriors, you know, and I call them weekend warriors because on the weekend they're like, oh, let's have prayer, let's do this, let's do that. You see them during the week, you can see them swearing like a sailor. I'm like, bro.
A lot of those doctors coming in making rounds before church, and the way they talked to me and the other nurses, and I'm like, go find your
And they're
pew.
like, dude, really? You just came from church and you're going to be like that?
No,
Wow.
they're on their way to church. They come early.
On their way
so
to
they can
church,
get it
yeah.
done. Yeah,
Within
and
your-
I'm like, go find your pew. You need to be sitting in your pew. Get out of here with that mouth.
Your real kingdom is within yourself.
Yeah.
And,
Absolutely.
at the end of the day, it is.
Well, your kingdom has to start within, but it has to also eventually be without also.
Extend around you.
Yes, your Merkaba. I can't say it, but yeah, you know that word.
Yeah, macabre.
Yes, you have the same problem I have. My lips want to mumble over the middle part.
Yeah.
That's what I've always thought, that all of the spirituality resides within ourselves. We want the truth, we look within ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I've said many times,
Absolutely.
like and whenever I had a question, and this bugged me about a lot about the pastors and ministers, I had certain questions. They never answered it. They never answered them, or said it's not important. That was the Old Testament. I go, then why are we reading the Bible?
Yeah, they are.
Why are we reading the
Well,
Bible?
the fact that all of the women in the Bible were either prostitutes or mothers, you know, that there was no in between, kills me.
There were a few women in the Bible that are worth looking into. You know, Deborah.
Oh well, I'm talking about what they changed to the parts of the Bible where Jesus was. And I'm not talking about the Old Testament. I'm talking about the New Testament. When they took out Mary Magdalene and turned her into a prostitute, she was not a prostitute.
Right. We know that.
Yeah.
I
And
used to drive my pastor.
that was always my biggest argument, is how come the women were always mentioned as being something less than the men, and I know that wasn't the case, because Mary, the mother of Yeshua, should have played a whole lot bigger role than Joseph, but they tried to make him more important than she was. His decision to marry her, even though she was pregnant. That always confused me, you know, because they tried to make out like the women's parts were so much smaller than they were.
My poor pastor, I used to make him just ill because during confirmation classes, he was so glad when I graduated, and he didn't have to look at me every Saturday anymore, because I had a lot of questions, and I would ask him, but why? And no, you can't explain it away, and no, it's not just faith. I can't just talk faith. And believe
No.
it makes no sense.
I wanted to be a pastor, and I got certified to be a pastor, but then I come to realize I had so many questions that nobody could answer but myself.
Yeah. Well, the more times you read the Bible, the more it talks you out of it. Does that make sense? The more you read it.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely agree.
You know, I read it twice a year for like 20 years until I finally was able to figure out all my questions and go. And you know, that was looking into all the other things, you know, the lost books and the books of Thomas. And the best thing I ever found were the I am, you know, books and the A Course in Miracles, those things that actually made sense.
Yes.
And Saint Germain, looking at Christ is inside you. It's not, Christ is not a last name. It's a state of being. And we humanized everything. Christ, the angels, the saints, they're all
Absolutely.
humanized. And, we've changed everything, taken pieces out and put parts in. And, we've just done a lot of crazy things as humans.
Reminds me of a Pick Your Own Adventure book.
Yeah. And that's not how it was meant to be. That's not how Yeshua meant us to take it. But it took me a while, and I was a little disappointed in myself that it took me as many years as it did. I was probably 50 years old before I finally got it figured, and I thought, damn, that's more than half my life. But it's okay. I'm where I'm supposed to be, I think. And I probably don't have that many more years left here to be worrying about all this, but I'll spend that time being a light.
Mm-hmm.
I did the work. I'm doing the work, and I'm learning more all the time, every day.
And each day, like it's your last, because you never know if tomorrow's ever going to come.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, and I was listening to Cryon. That's my favorite thing. Listening to Cryon, he always makes me feel so much better about humans. And he was talking about life being a circle. And he was talking about like getting on the train. And he said, just pretend for a second that you can take a train over the ocean. Just pretend. And it's like you're taking a trip around the world on the train. And life is a circle. You're going in a circle. And so as you are going forward, you are also meeting your past. And so you have the opportunity, if you're learning throughout your progress, you see the things that are coming up that you saw already. And if you have the enlightenment, you can then avoid those choices that you made in the past to create your new reality.
I always thought of something like this. I'm probably going to hear something for this one. That when you pass on, there's that white light.
Mm-hmm.
But when you pass on, you go through that white light. But it's not just a white light; it's the rebirth. You're coming back out.
Yeah, reincarnation. Yeah.
I've heard
My
that.
experience wasn't like that.
Like
My experience was a pasture with a giant tree in the center, and I just appeared there. I wasn't there, and then I was there.
I heard that by Weeping Willow.
Yeah. Well, if you listen,
It's
to
not
very
exactly a
many
weeping
NDEs,
willow, but
they're
it's
all
similar
different.
to a weeping willow.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Every NDE is different. You listen once you've listened to a bunch of them, they all pretty much it relies on what your experiences and your expectations are, and they take you to the place you're most comfortable.
Right.
Because they know you're coming back, and they don't want to scare you to death.
No, right.
So they take you where you're most comfortable. So you're going to see the whatever you're most comfortable with. If you're comfortable with Jesus, if you're comfortable with Allah, or if you're, comfortable not seeing anything at all, if you don't have a religion
Right.
or whatever.
If you're dark and wise, then, I mean,
I always see
deal with that in the afterworld.
that I see a mountain or space.
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
Well, and you hear that, and this one near-death experience that really interested me was this guy who didn't really have any particular faith at all. He was fairly agnostic, and he said what he saw were all the different religions. He visited different places where people were spending time in eternity doing what they thought, what their expectation was, and that you have to be eased out of that and into the relearning, the re-knowing, because you can't just be shocked into, well, that's not what it is. Now, some
Yeah.
people can.
Was that a book?
Yeah.
Was that a book that you read, honey, or is that somebody that wrote a book? 'Cause
No,
I think I've
it
read
was-
that somewhere before.
That was a guy that was, he may have written a book about it. I don't know, but he was on Next Level Soul podcast.
Oh, okay, yeah, I get you. I watch that
And,
occasionally. I might have seen it on there.
he was on that program, and I think I might have heard him again on some program that I watched that is nothing but near-death experience stories. Where
Yeah, I watch a lot of stuff like
Yeah.
that. So I watch a whole lot. So they all run together after a while, and I'm like, I think I heard that one before.
Yeah, but he was talking about how he went to one place and it was just people in white robes and they were just bowing down and praying every day, all day long, in front of the angels and the music and the little cherubs, because that's what their expectation was. And then
Right.
the other people who saw space and space people, galactics, and that kind of thing, because that's what they believed. And then the other,
We are the creators of our own heaven,
yes,
Guys, you're the creators of your own.
and we are the creators of our own hell.
Exactly.
If we believe in hell, then what we believe is hell is hell will be what we experience.
yes.
It's a state of mind.
I'm gonna be met
Absolutely.
I'm gonna be met by horses and dogs,
Good job, Suzanne. That's the
Absolutely.
place to be, is
and
with
I'll
the
be a
animals.
happy girl.
Yeah.
See, with Babel, we was all one religion, one language, and then
Oh, yeah.
he just, poof, split us up, or
And
whoever.
one skin color.
Yeah.
Well, what happened, James, is that we were beginning to rebel against the Anunnaki who were using us. And so once, because we could understand each other and work together, there were way more of us than there were of them. And so what
They
happened
gave
was
us too much knowledge.
we were rebelling, and so Enlil said, well, heck, I can't have that. So he kind of just threw a wrench in it and caused a lot of chaos to where people couldn't understand each other anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why we got the different colors is where people grew up and in the environment they grew up in, and the food that they ate, altered their.
It was how our DNA was altered
Yeah. Well, besides what they
that caused the
Yeah,
colors
yeah.
changes.
Yeah.
There are many different factors,
Yeah. They evolved.
but there aren't any of us that are white.
No.
No. We all started out as, like African Americans, pretty much. And then when we got spread apart, some went, to the northwest, some went to the northeast, some went to, the southwest, or, different Pacifics.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah. Like
over time, lineage, their skin color changed.
yeah, because of the environments and the food they ate. That's why they changed. Because, and I've actually looked that up, and I was actually curious. It all started when I looked it up, because I wanted to know, and I kept hearing in my head, why do the Mayan pyramids, why do the Mayans have what's the commonality between the Mayans, Atlanteans, and the Egyptians? And so I started looking into that. And then I started looking into the Southern American tribes, and then I looked into North American tribes. And I finally figured it out and got the answer that the Northern American natives came from like China when they went across that strait there.
No, my dear, no.
Because
A
if you
very
look
straight idea. No,
when you look
there
at
are
their
many
culture,
different ways.
there's another way.
Both. Yeah.
Like, if you look at their culture, some of their culture is exactly like the Chinese. The same thing with the Mayans. The Mayans have the same culture as
No,
the Southern Americans, if you look at it real well.
I
Honey,
get what you.
my daughter's from the Yucatan Peninsula. Her family members come from the Yucatan Peninsula, which is Mayan, and they have nothing to do with Chinese.
No, not the Mayans. The Mayans are more with the Egyptians
Yeah,
and the Southern American tribes.
and the Spaniards.
Northern American tribes.
No, the Spaniards had nothing to do with the Mayans, dear.
I know.
Mayans were their own indigenous people. They're not mixed with
Yeah.
anything. They were one people.
Yeah. The Northern American tribes, like North America.
You can't lump them all into one tribe, dear. They're all different tribes that have different beliefs and different
I was
origination,
thinking-
origination stories. The Hopi tell of their story of them coming from out of the ground, how they were brought from out from under the ground and
I
into
was
this place.
getting to that, but
Sectoids.
I'm sorry. I'm very passionate about the indigenous peoples and their beliefs and people twisting their originations.
Okay, Mel, let him talk.
Okay, I am.
No, never mind.
I'm sorry, Brim. It's just a sore spot with me. I don't have enough knowledge to be able to talk on it, and I mean I have a heritage. Like I said, I'm more red than I am white because I believe more of how the Native Americans, how the indigenous people lived their lives, the freedom that they had, and the love and care that they had for each other as a tribe, and the fact that it has been twisted, that they were not religious people. They were very spiritual people. They are very spiritual people.
Oh yes, they were.
Yeah, they were.
Hopis especially.
Yes.
Exactly.
They were. But you could put it all in a bag and shake it up and just dump it out. I mean, nowadays. Nowadays.
I think we have to realize too that a lot of us, a lot of our beliefs start evolving out of what our past lives were too, and we've had past lives absolutely everywhere. We don't continue to keep living in the same areas each life, so we keep bringing some of those memories with us each time. Each time we come, our innate is very is very important to how we're put together.
My past life husband actually became a shaman in this life and found me, reconnected with me, and told me about our past life.
Well, that's cool.
But no, like, how old are you? Like,
how old am I? I'm 63.
Okay. What kind of music?
I'm an old lady.
What kind of frequency? What kind of music? I mean, do you
I
like?
listen to a very wide variety of music. I mean, I listen to, I grew up in a family full of musicians that played bluegrass, and I liked rock and roll, and I grew up with bluegrass, and I grew up with country music and, heavy metal. My daughter with her heavy metal, and
What's your best? What's the first that you go to? Like, I mean, in the time period. The time period. What's your first?
in the 60s is like Iron Maiden, Creedence Clearwater, CCR, John Denver. Who else?
Oh, it was such a wide variety.
I was actually friends. I was actually friends with Pantera, the members of Pantera, Daryl, and
Shit.
yeah. Well, before they became famous, they used to play in a club in Fort Worth that I used to go to. And my friend was like after Daryl. Dimebag Daryl, she was after him bad. She wanted to get him trapped. She wanted to have a kid with him so bad so she could get him trapped, because that's how she did with guys.
Was everybody know
Anyway,
too?
huh?
I said, so did they.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, me too. Dimebag Darrell, man, he was a legend.
yeah.
But,
And Benny
no,
Paul,
like,
I hung around with Benny because he had a girlfriend, but he and I kept getting thrown together because my friend was trying to get Daryl. So he and I just hung out together, but it was pretty cool. It was just before they signed their first contract is when we knew them. It was pretty cool. I used to have a video of them that I had gotten off the internet of one of the nights that they just got discovered because a talent agent was there, and they were a news crew was there videotaping it because the talent scout was there. It was pretty interesting. It was a club promotional deal, huh?
why I was asking, I was born in 85, all right?
You were born in 85? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, born in 85. And all my favorite songs are from the late 40s through the 50s. And
Oh, you like the big band era?
all of my dreams are through that. So I don't know if I was reincarnated or what, but
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if
Yes,
I mean,
if you bring the subject up, the question you ask is always there. You always have your answer when you ask the question.
yeah, true, but yeah,
If
I
the
mean,
question comes to you, the answer is already in your head. You just know that's the reason why you're asking the question.
when you feel the music, I mean, in your body, not in your mind, like the vibration, not just the frequency.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, yeah, I believe in reincarnation, but that's why I asked that question.
Yeah, I
Because
remember. I remember a little snippets of past lives. I don't remember whole things of past lives, but I remember little snippets. I have remembered several of my unalivings that were. I think that was supposed to be a lesson for me. The reason why I think that's the reason why I remember the pieces that I remember of my past, because it's supposed to be a lesson that I was supposed to learn that I didn't learn that time that I have to learn this time
well, have you
or
fixed them?
repeat it again. Oh yeah, I think so. That's what I believe anyway. That's my belief. I'm kind of out there sometimes, like kind of.
We all are.
Yeah. Well, the girl I went to that did my regression told me that they're only going to give you the life that is pertinent to the question you're seeking presently. And so
Right.
the past lives that I've remembered were a solution to a worry that I was having at that moment. And it explained to me why I was having the feelings I was having. And so you integrate that in and it's gone. And
Right.
kind of the purpose, I think, of the Akash is you have you carry your Akash with you all the time. It's just you. That's who you are, is your Akash. You're the culmination of all the lives you've had and all the experiences you've had up until now. You can't remember them all or you go crazy. So we're only given small amounts to help us at that particular moment in
Well, there
time.
is a young man. I don't know. I can't remember his name. Mateo, was it? Oh, what is his name? I watch him on Gaia all the time.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he remembers his past lives,
Yes,
and he
came
talks
in
about
with
things that he knew about, and I'm like,
He
at
came
first
in
I
with
was,
full memories. Yeah.
yes, at first when I was first watching it, I was like, yeah, right, and then I was like, wait, what? And because he was talking about some stuff that I have thought of, and I thought, could that possibly be, and then that's like confirmation. You hear somebody else talking about it, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's been
Like,
on several of the shows that I've watched, and he's one of the few that have been able to come in with full memory, who didn't spend the first 34 years of his life being crazy. You know,
right?
a lot of people that come in with memory, they just have a difficult time settling in because they have the memory, and it makes them crazy.
A lot of them are young, though. I mean,
Yeah.
they can remember,
Well,
and
we're
that's
treating them differently now, though, James. We aren't treating them the same way we did 30, 40 years ago. When your kid would say something weird to you, like, "You're not my mom, I had another mom," or something like that, or they tell you that they were having tea with their friends or whatever, you tell them to stop making up stuff.
And
Nowadays,
punish them.
people are telling
Punish
their
them.
yeah. Nowadays, though, parents are more
it's
alert,
enough.
more awake, and they're paying attention to their kids, and they're encouraging them to
Have the experiences.
well, to hang on to those memories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, which I find is fascinating. I see them all the time. These kids that come in and can remember they start having nightmares, or they start having different experiences, and they find out that they were a World War II pilot, or they were in 9/11. There's a lot of 9/11 kids going on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He
And
couldn't go into high buildings or anything.
mhm,
Like he felt claustrophobic,
mhm.
and his mama found out who he was in the past life. He researched enough, and he was one of the ones that jumped from the World
Oh,
Trade.
he jumped from the building.
Yeah, yeah. It was a decade later, though.
Mm.
But
It's fascinating. I like, there's
yeah, you get to thinking
YouTube shows I
about
watch about that.
you got religion
Crosby,
in
Stills,
it.
Nash, and yeah.
It's mind-boggling.
Absolutely.
There was that kid in England or somewhere over there, and that solved his own murder because he showed him where the murder weapon was buried and told him who did it, and
I
they
remember
went over
seeing
there
that
and
too.
dug it up, and it was all true, and they arrested the murderer.
Yeah, I remember that, hearing that story too.
That is wild.
Yeah.
That is a determined person. That is a very determined spirit to be able to come through like that and solve the crime that happened to them in the past life. That's very determined.
Yeah. Well, and once they figure it out and their parents help them to research and figure out who and what, it seems like that all resolves, and then they can just go on and live the life they're
Yeah.
living now.
Right. It's like, I just need to get this information out and know that it's true and just let it go.
Yeah.
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 Well, I want to tell y'all about an experience that I had when I was 13 and I was being baptized. I had always, from the time I was 2 years old until I was 13 years old, gone to the same church. It was a little church. We had 152 people in our church on a regular Sunday, and that was the congregation. And so it was like a family. It was people I had grown up knowing. And at 13, I decided that I was ready to be baptized in the church. And I asked my grandfather to stand up with me, and my grandfather and the minister that baptized me. When I came up out of the baptismal, and I looked out into the congregation expecting to see the faces of all the people I love, everyone had distorted Halloween-looking masks, like faces, like their faces were like all twisted and just really creepy looking, like scary. And I couldn't, it was like it set me into shock. and I couldn't talk about it. I for years I didn't talk about it, and I didn't understand it, and it freaked me out, and I stopped going to church because of it, because I couldn't reconcile what I had seen that day with what I saw every day. I was like, I don't understand why I saw that. So years later, the church starts falling apart. And it turns out that it's these old women that were in church that were backbiting and talking stuff about other people and talking bad stuff about everybody in the church that literally ruined the church. And my grandmother was one of those people, and so was my aunt. And my grandmother also, in her later years, started going and talking stuff, saying, you know, bad things about me behind my back. So that and my aunt had always been that way. So it totally made sense about the distorted faces. I was seeing their true selves.
Wow.
And that, I mean, that was one of the strongest, most disorienting experiences of my spiritual existence, to say the least.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's that. But I came to grips with the fact that I have never seen that again. Thank God, I've never seen that again. But not like, well, I do, but not like that extreme. When somebody's lying to me, their face will, it's like somebody like took and twisted, you know, did like that funny mirror thing where it kind of twists your face a little bit, like it doesn't like match up totally, like you're kind of lopsided. I don't know why it does that, but that's it used to drive me crazy, because my ex-husband, I could ask him if the sun was shining and it would be raining, and he'd say yeah, and I would, because that's his first inclination about everything was to lie about it. Our whole married life. I'm serious. I mean, that sounds like an exaggeration, but it's not. Little things that he didn't have to lie about. You know, like, did you put the bread up? Yeah, I did. No, you didn't. You know, what the hell? If you didn't put the bread up, tell me you didn't put the bread up, and I will put it up. You know, those kind of things. But anyway.
Hey,
So
Brim, I have a question.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about the Federation and Astar, and what is the other, the Pleiadian group, Federation, the one that we talk about that's more Pleiadian based, that's not as in your face?
Okay, there's 7 different groups. You have, I can go through some of them. Some of the of course, there's the Ash one, and they got a lot of rips in there.
Yeah.
Then there's the Celestial Council. The Celestial Council has the Palladians, the Tall Whites, and some Arcturians in there, and a lot of light beings.
Yeah.
Then you have the Divine Order, which is basically the angels and where Jesus is and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And those kind of beings. Then you have the Emerald Order, which is more of the Egyptian side of things, where they're like the Anunnaki, some of the Anunnakis, and you know, some of the Andromedans, and all of them are in that area. Now, which covers it all is you have a bogus group, which is bad, but people think they're light, but they're not. And any spatial group that says that they're of the light, they're just putting that tag on it and make them sound pretty. But it's the the Galactic Federation of Light is a bogus thing. It's only a facade, because it's basically the space beings doing a psyop, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Then the Galactic Federation, the Galactic Federation Alliance is where all of those beings join together in that group.
That's the one I was thinking about. Was
And
the
TikTok, this is entertainment purposes only.
Yes, entertainment purposes only.
That's the one I was thinking about. The one that I had started out watching their videos on YouTube was the Alliance.
Yeah, the Galactic Federation Alliance. They're kind of like the Star Trek people. There's a multi groups of them, and they're all about love and peace. And they don't have a hidden agenda, and they don't even have a chain of command.
Right. Right.
And if any of the groups have a chain of command, and I don't know if you heard me say this earlier, but I've came to realize that if you, I think you and UFOs live when I said it.
Yeah.
If you caught what I was saying, that they're just harvesting people.
Yes.
And the other one is, and also the Galactic Federation Alliance is the one that woke up the Cedars that are down inside of the Earth, the Cedar ships, because they did that in around like March 15th. They put that pulse out, and anywhere from March and April, they put that signal out, and then when that pulse came on the planet, it awoken those Cedar ships, which we call them arcs, and they brought them up. That was the work of the Cedars and the Galactic Federation. They brought them up, and then the crystalline ships were brought from the Divine Order, and the Celestial Council had brought the crystalline ships for us on Earth for when we have to do some facial jobs.
Okay, that's what I couldn't remember. I was trying to remember what you said, and I was trying to remember what I had seen previously, and I was trying, and I knew that I knew what you were talking about, but I couldn't remember the exact order.
Yeah, because there is other ones, but those are the only ones I know of. And as a side note, entertainment purposes only, I was forbidden to go on the other ship.
Right.
They said under no circumstance am I allowed on that ship.
Another thing I had heard was that some of the Andromedans were not being completely truthful either, for entertainment purposes only.
Some of the Andromedans have turned with the Arcturians and the Orions to create the Arcturian web. And that was, remember that the problem that they were talking about with the cell towers about in September?
Yeah.
That was 3 days of darkness crap. That was them trying to pull that. And what they're doing now is they're trying to come down and borrow people and take their essence for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. I got reamed by the Celestial Council and the Divine Order, and I got reamed by the Emerald Order about going over to the Asturian ships. So, yeah, I'm not about to get reamed again.
Yeah.
And the first one, I did it because I wanted to see what the ship looked like. The second time I went there was purely by accident. But, I still got reamed for it.
Well, I just know that there are several people that have astral traveled and physically traveled to different places and ships that have had completely different and isolating experiences.
My dad swore he did.
And also with the Astran ships, all of those spatial beings have said this. No, they do not contact an individual. They are a race of we'll go with that word, political people that are more about control and rankings, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
That sounds like my mother.
And they do not contact, they do not, under any circumstances, if you look at some of my previous posts down in my videos, you will get a gist of what another lady had said, because she also is a channeler and she talks to many beings, and that's what she got from them too.
Yeah.
But
And that's what I have gotten from some of the channelers that I've listened to on, various programs that I watch, Jeff Mara and Alex Ferrari and Wisdom from the North. She has a lot of interesting people on her show that talk about there are different agendas going
Was this
on.
on YouTube?
Yeah, they're all different agendas going on right now.
it's like I said, the ashtrays, I have an affiliation, if people can read between the lines, with
Mm-hmm.
The Matrix, V, the series, then you'll
Mm-hmm.
get the idea of what I'm saying. And the
Yes.
not the arcs that I'm talking about, the other arcs.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Right.
And you'll put that together and you'll piece it, you'll figure it out.
Which is what I've been doing.
And I asked her, I say, I purposely asked my beings, I was like, when this resurrection comes, is anybody going to be asleep on the ship? They laughed at me. So where did you hear a pathetic thing like that? I'm like, why would you need to sleep when you can have med beds and herbs and stuff to heal you, and you basically can live for a longer time than ever? There's
Yeah.
no need. And within that time, you'll be learning everything you want to know. For entertainment purposes only.
But it will only seem like a moment when we return, correct?
Yes. Because from my understanding, I was down here for 3 minutes, and when I went to that mountain, it felt like 3 hours. When I was gone for like 30 minutes, it felt like 3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I experience that all the time without getting to go anywhere when I have a seizure, because when I come back, I'm disoriented. I don't know what's going on. I'm like, how many hours have I missed? Because some of my seizures can last for long periods of time.
And here's the thing I never spoke of either. I was in a coma for 3 months. I was on another world living another life.
Yeah, I've experienced that.
Why this one was still going on.
When I was younger, I experienced that. But I thought it was dreaming. I didn't realize that that's what it was until I was much older.
Because I had gotten a car accident, and
Mm-hmm.
2 people that I cared for were unalived in that car, and I passed out. I woke up 3 months later in the hospital with tubes coming all out from me, and they said I was in a coma. Well, that whole entire time, I was in another dimension, another reality, whatever.
Right.
I lived an entire life.
I think that happens to a lot of coma patients. Not all, but a lot. I think that's what happens to a lot of coma patients.
And once I got through that, I was like, whoa. And that's where a lot of my stuff started to change. When that happened, I'm like, and I never told anybody, because when I tell somebody, they think I'm batshit crazy.
That's the way we all feel. That's the way the world wants us to feel. They want us to think we're crazy. They want us to sound crazy, because if we do, then we don't. Then fewer people will believe us.
Because I even remember coming out of the womb and being pushed into the ground. That's exact. I remember the entire life. For entertainment purposes only.
Do you remember being weightless?
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you were here, and it was so heavy, and it felt like why do I have all this weight on me? Why do I feel like this?
When I was in the other world, I'm gonna be honest. When I was in the other world, I felt like I could fly over there. Over here, it was like it's so heavy. But when I came out of the coma, it's like, ugh. It's like I have like it felt like I was lifting a car. But when I was over there, I'm like, I could run for a long time. I could do like all kinds of cool things. But over here, it was kind of like, ugh. It was like Superman going back to Krypton.
I used to have dreams of being in water and diving and just diving until there was no light and you could see the light very far away, and then I would wake up. Yeah, well, that's what I think. I was either a mermaid or a whale or a dolphin or something.
You were a mermaid in Atlantis.
Yeah, there we go.
That's so cool. I read a whole series, a sci-fi series about a guy who had leprosy here in this world. And so he lived a very isolated life and he was very lonely, and of course his health was terrible. And he ended up in a completely different world, living a whole nother life, and would go and be in that life for years and then come back and realize he'd only been gone 30 minutes. Back and forth until one day he just decided he wouldn't go back.
He didn't come back. Yeah. I have had that temptation of just stay here.
Yeah.
You know, just don't go back. Why would you go back to that other life when you're so miserable in it? But I also know that there's a reason for me being in this life. There's a reason for me to have to experience this experience.
And a lot of times when I'm drifting off, people say, "Where are you? Hello, hello." And like,
hey, wake up, come on. Yeah, I get that too.
I get that a lot. And sometimes I come back and I'm talking in another language, and they're like looking at me like, "Where were you?" What it is I had shifted to another place in another realm, and I was living over there at the same time I'm living here. That's why I say that dualities. You're everywhere, but nowhere.
Well, they say that time is linear, but linear does not mean straight. It just means continuous.
Yes.
And so life is actually not in a straight line. Life is actually in a spiral.
Yeah.
And you have different levels. As you start out at one level and you go to another, and that's how life is. You go start out at the very bottom, and you have to spiral your way up to the top to be able to be at the point to where you can ascend.
Linear is a straight line, but
linear is not a straight line. Linear is a continuous line. It doesn't have to be straight.
Yeah.
It can be a spiral. It can be a maze.
Spiral, honey. I might have to drop off here.
It was nice meeting you, James.
10:30. Yeah. Not seeing y'all.
Enjoy your day off tomorrow, James.
All right, yeah, I was fixing some ramen noodles and stuff. All right, well, I'll let you.
Well, I know that when I changed
Sorry about that, bud.
when I changed jobs, I think I kept my foot in a parallel life for about 3 years because I dreamed every night that I was still working the other position. And I was so confused and frustrated and irritated about it. And I kept telling the people around me, I'm not supposed to be here. Who's taking care of my patients while I'm gone? They kept telling me, just do what you're supposed to be doing. And it's like, I don't want to be doing this. I left this. And they're like, no, you didn't. Why are you crazy? And for 3 years, every night. And I'd wake up crying every day.
You know when you experience that deja vu? That's because the other you just crossed the time. Your other you had done the same thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's that you have a memory of an experience. Yeah, well, that's what. Yeah, exactly what you said. Sorry.
Well, I just.
It's
I think I think there's there were two experiences going on, and I hadn't quite left the other experience well enough yet.
Yeah.
I still had a foot in both sides, and I was very distressed. And it took me it was very distressing because I did not want to be in that other experience, which is why I made the choice I made.
You're wanting to leave it behind.
Yeah. And honestly, I mean, almost every day for 3 years, I'd wake up crying, like, oh, thank God.
Bless
Thank
your
God
heart.
I'm not doing that anymore. You know, it was rough.
Right.
So I looked into that to figure out what the hell, what is going on. And that was like 17 years ago. So, yeah.
I know there's a lot of spiritual people in here. I want to ask a question because I've had this happen and I really haven't said too much to anybody about it. Yeah. I almost feel like I'm shifting because I swear that a couple times I could see like my hand, right? I'm looking at my hand and it looked like my hand was like above my hand. And it looked like a ghostly form.
That's your astral being.
Yeah.
That's your spirit. That's your soul being. That's your soul person.
It
Your
felt
light person.
like all I could feel was dizzy when it was happening, and I could colors.
Mel, what are you scrunching? Honey,
I'm sorry, honey.
it's okay. I'm old and grumpy. I'm a lot older than you. I'm grumpy.
I was having a cracker. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, yeah,
I have to eat something before I take my pills.
But yeah, I've had that experience. It felt like I'm shifting.
Sometimes I feel like that too, Brim. Like I'm not here and I'm somewhere else, but I'm not sure where I am.
Yeah.
It's disorienting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, when I was little, I got blood poisoning and I had to be in the hospital for it. And I remember standing across the room and looking at myself in bed. I could see my body in bed, but I was standing across the room by the window. And I remember it shocked me, and I came back to my body really quickly because the nurse walked through me. And it freaked me out, and I went back into my body, and then the nurse was giving me a shot, and my mother was screaming at the nurse for giving me a shot while I was asleep. I wasn't asleep, I was out of my body. But my mom didn't know that.
Thank you for the gift. Did you what was I gonna say? Holy crap.
Well, I know my husband interrupted me one night during a astral traveling event, and it was so weird because I was in my recliner and I had been meditating, and then I was just having a lovely experience, and the cat decided he wanted to go outside. So he's trying to wake me up, and he's irritating and, you know, scratching at me and meowing, and I'm trying to pull myself back to fix him. And my husband walked in, and I was getting up, trying to get out of the chair, and I just collapsed onto the floor because I wasn't all the way back yet. And
Right. You didn't have control of your limbs yet.
Did I ever tell you guys about me being a flower?
No, tell us.
A flower.
Yes, a flower. I don't know why I remember this past life experience as a flower. I have no idea why. And I'm beginning to figure it out. But anyway, for some reason, I have this past life experience where I'm a bioluminescent flower. I was sitting near a tree, and there was a path, and it was beings walking by. They almost looked like, there was a path, and it was beings walking by. They almost looked like, there was a path, and it was beings walking by. They almost looked like, there was a path, and it was beings walking. And it kind of reminded me, like, There was a tree, and I was this luminous flower, and I had these big leaves and these bright flowers, and these beings would walk by, and walking down the path, and they looked like Arcturians, almost like Arcturian look like a little. And anytime they walked by me, I would change colors because I could feel their emotions. Well, I got to be like the only flower on the planet that could do this, so they started to honor me. They dug me up, and they put me in the center of the town. And there was a waterfall, and then above the waterfall, above the little fountain, they put some dirt, and then they put me in there. So anybody that wanted to know about relationships, they would come to me as a flower. And whatever color I became, they knew if they were matched up together or if they were compatible or not compatible, you know, or if somebody was lying or not lying. So they were really happy that I was there, and I was there for a long time, and my flowers would bloom. I could feel the rain and all this. I could feel the wind, and anytime the wind would come, they'd put a little thing above me so I wouldn't blow, like lose my leaves and whatever. And I was very pretty. Blue, I would normally do blue, and because it was happy harmonics, you know, harmonics and harmony. But I remember one day, it all ended because there was a battle, entertainment purposes only. There was a battle, and I ended up getting destroyed. And that was my experience as a flower. But many people came to me. They would say, they would see if they were compatible with love, and I couldn't remember the language. It was very, I couldn't understand the language. It was very, like, raspy. And when I hear some people go, "Oh, you're only reincarnated as, you know, a person or a human or a spatial being. You don't really get carnate as a plant or an animal." I'm like, no, I don't believe that, because I remember that. I remember sitting there and people coming up to me going, "Are we in love?" And I would go a bright red color, or are we compatible together? And I would turn like a purple or a black color, you know, that kind of thing. But I do remember that.
Was it Yaya the other night, Brim, that was talking about or maybe it was on the live that we were on with Spirit, where she was talking about where she had life as a toad, and she was remembering it, and it came to her during one of her ceremonies, I think. And she said it explained so much as to why so many things happened for her in the bathtub when she was in the water.
Yeah, water's a big part, for some reason, a big part of me and my sister's lives. And my sisters and I know that we've been each other's lives for like lots of lives, but we haven't always had the same relationship.
Yeah. Well, I know water's very strong for me. If I'm around it or in it, and I do my best. When I do that DNA activation I sent you, Suzanne, I always do it in the bathtub, and I get the best results there. That
December, baby. So that's what, Aquarius or Pisces?
Capricorn.
December the 17th?
Yes, that's still Capricorn.
Capricorn?
Yeah, that's what my sister, my husband, my daughter, my granddaughter. I have several family members. My husband and my sister actually share a birthday, different years.
Yeah.
They were both born on New Year's Eve.
My mom was born on my grandmother's birthday, so they shared a birthday. And I was supposed to be born in July, but I was born in August, so in a week after their birthday. We had a lot of August birthdays. They were both Leos. I'm a Virgo.
I am too.
Big time Earth sign. Like very connected to the Earth sign.
Yeah.
Just because you're those beings, alright, Suzanne there. Yes, you're an earth sign, and that also fits with those two races, those group of beings, because the Hawthorns were actually one of the groups that came down with the Seven Sisters of the Palladians, and they also helped with Earth and Mother Gaia at the time. Honey will tell you that part. She knows the name of them. I think that's the name of them. And also, some of the Anunnaki were down here when they were about the Earth spirits and Gaia too.
All of that is so fascinating to me. I watch Susan Land. She's a psychic, and she's always having these astrologers on. That stuff is so deep and so fascinating.
When I was a kid, there was this man that lived like a few blocks from us that had his own planetarium in his house, and he would he invited us kids in all the time, and he would give us lessons on all the stars, and he would tell us that which star system we should be, that we were connected to. He was like this really far out science, really wild, crazy, very rich science guy. You know, he was a pretty cool old man, and I can't remember his name for nothing.
No.
I think it was Wright, Wright. I think.
I don't know, for Mel, I'm getting Earth. She stays close to the Earth. That's what I'm getting. She's got a lot to do with the Earth and the spirit and Mother Gaia. I almost feel like she's an earthbound one.
Yes. 100%. My strongest connection is to Gaia.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can see Suzanne being earthy, very into, I mean, all that backpacking and all that outside being and stuff. I can see that. Pretty close.
We already know where Honey's from, so.
Stop it. I like working in the dirt. I like getting my hands and my feet in the dirt, and
I do too. My grandfather was the same way.
my father could grow anything.
Oh, my grandfather could too.
He taught me everything he knew.
That's a beautiful thing.
Yes, and people bring me their sick plants for me to heal them up, and I have to give them back.
Hey, Honey, that kind of sounds like Mary.
Stop it. You're going to embarrass me again, but Glenn, stop it. So that, I mean, Red One, come up here. AK, come up here. I don't think I've ever heard your voice. We talk a lot, but I haven't ever heard your voice. And Red
I
One,
believe she was on one night when we were all together.
AK,
Wasn't she on with us that night we all became brides of Bren?
Oh, God.
The sister-wife night?
Oh, no.
Sounds like a crazy night. I grew up Mormon.
Yes.
It was totally.
Mormon.
so what have you been up to, AK?
Working. Actually, I quit my job yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, good for you? Is that a good for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good.
Did it make you happy?
It was frustrating to the point where I've never really walked up on a job before, but I was just like, you know what? I can make all the, contracts and things because that's me doing the work anyway.
Yeah.
But anyways, what were you guys talking about?
Everything.
Everything.
Anything you want to.
Just not politics.
Yeah, we
Oh,
don't.
yeah.
So you got to out of that house.
Rivers, your connection is cutting in and out.
What'd you say? Say it again, Suzanne. I can't hear her.
No.
There's something wrong with your mic.
So you have a
Maybe
plan.
she'd go out and come back in.
So you have a plan, AK.
Yes.
As long as you have a plan and you're happy, then manifest away.
And that's all that matters.
Absolutely.
Because we know you can do it, right?
I mean, we pretty much just need a hobby for the next couple years until contact happens, right?
Yeah.
About 2 years.
Well,
Yeah.
and, you know, life is supposed to be a joy anyway. It shouldn't not be a drudge. We shouldn't be taking things quite so seriously, from what I understand. We should be living in joy and having fun. And so just spend your next 2 years having fun, doing something fun.
That's a good outlook on it.
I listen to a lot of Cryon. He talks like that.
Oh yeah. Actually, I was invited to a Cryon thing, or no, I saw a thing, a Cryon thing, a few hours ago.
Did you, what kind of a thing? Like a
Interdimensional being sent me, or showed up on my For You for Cryon.
mm-hmm. I love Cryon. I've been listening to him since like the year 2000, and he has completely changed my outlook on many, many things. And I have videos that I revisit simply because they're so amazing, and he is so positive. He makes life look much more inviting, if that makes sense. You know, he,
Like we're supposed to be enjoying our time alive,
yes,
in our human experience, but we get caught up in everything, and there's just so much tragedy and stuff going on everywhere else that we're not. And right now, I'm just I can't talk about it, but the
yeah.
other place, all the terrible stuff going on over there. Can't.
But he puts it into perspective. You know what I'm saying? And so while you don't want to ignore it per se, you do want to separate a little bit and realize that so much of what is going on is for our own learning, and that all of those souls volunteered to do the things they're doing and experiencing.
Yeah, the soul contracts.
Yeah, and so that was their
It's all
specific.
part of the contract.
It was their specific reason for coming, even if it was just for a very short life. You know, they came to help us see. And the video I revisited, it was a compilation of different videos, but he was talking about the dark and the light. And the dark is kind of passive, and the light should be more active. And then the dark will spread if we don't contain it. You know, if we don't turn the light on. The light has to be active. We have to literally turn the light on in order to get rid of the dark.
And being a light worker and just trying to tell people that hey, it's gonna be okay. Like, don't give into the negativity, and just keep
Using
people keep
social
thinking.
media to spread the light.
Well, that too. It's
Yes.
like it works both ways.
Yes.
Yeah.
But so many people were just dreading like alien contact. The government's like, oh yeah, this and that, and
That's
what
because
if
of the
they're
fear
here for?
mongering.
Yeah, what if they're here for negative reasons? It's like, look, they've been here far longer than we have, so.
Yeah. He was talking about specifically talking about how if we focus on all of that tragedy that we're all focusing on, like what's going on in other parts of the world, and some here too. But what we have to understand is we can't just stay focused on that all the time. We'll get buried in it. We have to see, we have to be the light, but we also have to understand how it all works and that those things are working for us. And these are souls that knew what they were doing when they got into it. You know, they knew the assignment. So, you know, it just,
We
And
have
that's
free
when he
will for
talks
a
about,
reason.
when he talks about how that he as a being who's never been in a body, he's never been embodied. And he talks about how he and the other beings like him look at us, they adore us and admire us and just think we are so brave who have come here doing the things we're doing, and how we just don't understand how loved and cherished we are. You know,
Absolutely.
to me, listening to him is very uplifting. And anytime I get myself caught in a snag, I'll turn on a Cry On video and listen for an hour or so, and I just feel so much better. You know,
yeah.
there's a lot of wisdom there. And I think his time is coming to an end. He won't be transmitting much longer, from what I understand. And he's trying now, his new videos, he's trying his best to get out as much information as he can. But I would love to be there in person. That would be like the highlight of my entire life, to be sitting in there in person and experiencing that.
Well, where is it happening?
They have, you know, Lee Carroll makes appearances all over the country, all over the world, actually. But I guess they're never going to come to my town. I'd have to be looking, and I think they sell out pretty quick. The seminars that he does, they usually are like 4 or 5 day seminars that he gives, and they sell out pretty quick. But I can't even imagine sitting in there with that energy, just feeling that much love. That would be so amazing.
I've been thinking about going to that place in was it Vermont? The brand, the Jedi School.
See how I see your aura too.
The Monroe Institute.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like $2,000 to go, but they feed you well. Everything, you know, housing, everything, food, it's all covered. It's for like a month.
And the things that they are presenting are pretty amazing too.
Now, what is this?
You just basically learn how to connect more with yourself, and that's a lot of meditating, and you get to experience like they don't promise anything, but like orbs and things, and then you see ships and all kinds of things, interdimensional, like astral traveling, and I don't know. The sky's the limit. They call it Jedi School for a reason.
They have, and they go on pretty much all the time, like all year long, right?
I don't know. I've only recently learned about them.
That would be fun. That'd be like going to Sedona. I like going there.
I would like to go to Machu Picchu.
Machu Picchu.
Sedona.
Yes.
I'd love to go to Peru. I was so mad, like 8 years ago, my uncle was looking for somebody to go with him, and I didn't know anything about it because I don't talk to that side of the family very often. And he was going to pay for somebody to go with him because his wife didn't want to go. And I was like, no, I totally missed out. Of course, I would have been in a wheelchair anyway, so it would have been a pain in the ass. But it would have been cool. So,
You're better now?
no, I'm still
No.
in a wheelchair, but I mean,
Oh,
I'm getting better. But I'm better than I was 12 years ago.
that's
12
good.
years ago, 12 years ago, I had had a heart attack and a stroke, and I couldn't take care of myself. I was completely 100% reliant on my husband, and I was completely and totally so over our relationship. And one night I had a dream that my guide told me in my dream, if you want this relationship to end, if you want him out of your life, cut your hair. I got up immediately, got scissors, cut my hair off. The very next day, we got into our very last fight. He packed his stuff in his hefty bag and walked out.
And there you go. That
And I
was
was like,
So,
mm-hmm.
yeah, that's like, so he was taking care of you, and you just were just getting into constant fights.
Yes, because he didn't like having to take care of me. Because
Because
in our
he was
relationship, I
trapped.
had
He
always
felt
been the
like he
way
was
to take
trapped,
care.
or what?
I was always the one. Yeah, he felt like everything was on him because it was. But the reason why he felt that way is because he had never had to take care of anything. Because I always, throughout our marriage, took care of everything. I
Yes,
always paid all the
women do
bills.
take care of
Yes,
so
and so
much in families.
and it all of a sudden was dumped on him that I had, because I had an injury. I slipped and fell and injured my neck, back, and my knee. We did not have insurance, so I wasn't able to go and get medical treatment for it, and it didn't heal
Yeah,
right. So,
capitalism.
so, in that, I started putting on more weight because I wasn't able to get up and move around, and I was on a medication that causes weight gain. It's called Tegretol. It's for my seizure disorder. Within the first 6 months that I was on that medication, I went from 175 pounds to 295 pounds in a 6-month period.
Yeah.
I was on that.
And it's a terrible medication.
It is.
But I had to be on it because it was the only medication that it did not control my seizures 100%, but it made the serious seizures, the grand mal seizures, or the tonic, what do they call it now? They call it something else, not grand mal, but they call it something else now. But I still call it by the old terms. It made them less, where they weren't as severe.
Yeah, actually, now that you say that, I think my dad was on that.
they're tonic clonic. They call them
Tonic clonic. Thank you, honey.
You're
I started
welcome.
to say tonic clonic, but then I was like, no, that's not right.
No, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Brim, I have another question. I have someone contacting me about the quantum money unit system. What do you know about? I mean, all these. What is it,
digital
Suzanne?
currency.
She said FXC and what was it? There were a bunch of acronym. I mean, I don't know. I've been looking into it, and I know it's not Bitcoin, but it's something similar. It's quantum money.
The only thing that I know about is what they want to do is they want to, in the next quarter, maybe less, anywhere from 3 to 5 years, maybe 7 years, they want to take out money. They're going to do away with coins and paper money, and I don't know if you're all ready for this because they've already started it. That they're going to put a barcode or those little scan things, the box.
Mm-hmm.
QR code.
QR code on your wrist. It's going to be on your wrist here, like right here. And what it's going to do when you want to buy something or go into a store, you have to scan it like this.
Yeah.
Nope.
I'm
not doing it.
Chip. They've
Not
already
this
done
monkey.
subdermal chips. But yeah,
And they've already started to do that in Sweden and some of the foreign countries, over in the European countries, because about last year, I was flipping through the news channel and there was a riot over there because they had certain stores that people couldn't get in and get groceries because they didn't get that scan thing on them, and people were peed off. And they're gonna do away. They're also gonna do away with people working in stores. They're just gonna put everything in like a. It's gonna be a robot, and what it's gonna do is they're gonna all the food that they make is get shipped to the store. And what the store is gonna do is they got these robots.
And this is all just for entertainment purposes,
Yes.
TikTok.
Entertainment purposes only. They're gonna take these. They're gonna use the robotic arms and put the stuff into the cases. It's like
Just
vending.
like Amazon does. Yeah, Amazon's been working 7 days a week, or working people 7 days a week to build these robot factories to build those robots.
And the nanotechnology,
And the nanotechnology is supposed to be.
which
the
is what they're putting in the shots, the vaccines that are causing people to have such serious health issues over it.
Yep. And yes, but and that was Bill Gates, and it's supposed to. Now that is a tricky thing. Entertainment purposes only. I have to
Absolutely,
say
we're
on
just
this-
goofing around here.
On this one, I have to say that because
Mhm.
for this one, that once you get them in you, that they're gonna go to certain parts of your body. They're gonna latch on, and they're gonna like say your eyes. If they latch onto your eyes, they're gonna be able to see everything that you see through your eyes, and they're gonna the ones attached to your eardrum, and they actually can hear everything that's going on. And if you're not down with them and agree with them, there's certain parts in the body where they just hit the off switch.
Hmm. Well, I just know this person had contacted me about putting all of our assets into gold and silver, and into
Yeah.
different alphabet groups that supposedly can get you out of that, where you can keep your own, where otherwise they can just shut down your bank accounts and
Yeah, if you have something tangible like gold and silver, that still holds
If-
value.
If I had money, what I have always had the urge to do, but never had the finances to do, is to go completely off grid and be completely self sufficient.
And that's what
And
this
it doesn't-
person is trying to do. That's why she contacted me, was to get me interested in. She's setting up some kind of a healing center where she wanted more acreage, but she wasn't able to get exactly what she wanted. But she's setting up. She's a healer, and she has been awakened and is getting downloads about all of this that's going on, and that they're going to be able. And so she's also one of the ones that talk about sovereignty, being a sovereign person, where you don't have to have a mortgage, you don't have to have a driver's license and a birth certificate. And I know there's a lot of people in our state right now that are trying to have home births and not have birth certificates for their children.
Well, my grandfather didn't have a birth certificate until he was in his 30s, and he went to join the Navy, and you couldn't join the Navy without a birth certificate.
Yeah,
So the
that's-
United States government had to issue him a birth certificate, because my grandfather was born on the reservation
Yeah,
in
but,
Choctaw, Oklahoma, in Durant, Oklahoma, excuse me.
but this is something
Exactly.
this is something though that's going on right now, where
Right.
young parents are having their children at home with doulas, and they are not having birth certificates.
They're not registering them,
Yes, and so they
which is against the law, technically.
yeah, and so there's just a lot of that kind of thing going on, where you see on videos where people are being stopped and they're saying they don't need a driver's license, they don't need to have a registration for their car, and this and that. They're arguing with the cop on the side of the road for this kind of stuff.
I was
Yeah.
actually watching a
they get away
YouTube
with it if they do
video.
it right.
I was actually watching a YouTube video just yesterday about how the IRS is totally illegal.
Absolutely. Everything
That
they're
it's
doing,
not even
taxing
being managed
regular
by
people,
the
is all
government, that it's
voluntary. And
special
they tricked
interest
us.
bankers that are managing the IRS that doesn't even go into the government. It's going into private funding, a privately funded bank.
Okay, so
Which
I'm
is
not. I don't
not
want to get
American
into
owned.
Entertainment purposes only, though.
right, and I don't want to get into all that because we all have different feelings
Yeah.
about it all. But what I'm thinking is in a couple of years, is any of that going to matter, Brim?
No, it's all going to
No.
be gone. It's all going to be over and done with.
And all these systems, everything's gone. It's gonna evaporate.
Yeah, so we don't need to be.
Matter.
But I'm so poor. I'm on government assistance, so if it goes away, I'm in trouble.
No, because
For the government
Go ahead.
assistance, now here's where they're gonna get tricky. For entertainment purposes,
You from Jones, Oklahoma?
for what it is, and how do I word this? That they're gonna try to go to a universal money system, and what it is, if you join that universal money system, they're gonna grant you like a couple $1,000s for each month for doing it, and that's how they're gonna convert everybody over to
OWO.
yeah. But they're
I
trying
get
to
what you're
do it as the
talking.
money.
Yeah. Yep.
But I'm thinking all of this is kind of ludicrous to be worrying and fretting about at this point.
Oh, I don't worry.
Eventually, we're not going to be there. I mean,
Right.
we're going to have a split. Like Dolores Cannon said, we're going to have a split. And there's going to be people that are going to be living in that timeline, but I don't plan to be
Yeah.
one.
I love Dolores
No.
Cannon.
So we'll be going into. There's a woman that channels people in the future. I've seen her on several different programs, and
Yeah, I like her too.
yeah. Have you seen
What's
her?
her name?
She did a school teacher. I forget her name right up. I'm with a UAP club, and she was. They interviewed her.
Yeah. So she goes into, and she talks to people who are living in the future, and she talks to people on different timelines. So like she may talk to this person who's living in this timeline and this is occurring, and then the next timeline something else may be happening, but she's been having a reoccurring conversation with a woman who lives here in Texas, down around the hill country, and she has a farm, an herbal farm, and in the present day, she's just getting it started. But I think like 2035 was when she was talking to her the last that I saw her.
2035 is a year that kept popping up in a dream that I was having. And I don't remember anything but that year. That's only it was like somebody kept repeating that year over and over and over again, and I never did catch on to what they were saying about it, but just that much of it. And it was like, you'll know when you're supposed to know kind of attitude,
Yeah, well, she was talking to this woman who has this herbal farm now that she's starting now, and she's going to have homegrown produce and herbals, and everything's going to be, plant-based and healing and that kind of stuff. And then
natural medicine.
She also had I don't know if you've ever watched, what's his name, Michael Sanders? He's the one, he's the nutty psychic, the one that had the rooster for a long time. He's always happy. And anyway, he visited his future self, and it was all kind of along the same lines where people are going to be living more in communities where everybody's going to contribute to
Little self-sufficient communities
where
they raise their own food and their own animals and make their own clothes and barter system and things like that.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to go back.
Yeah, I get that.
Because when I had the future event, in the past life, not the past life, premonition I had after all that bad stuff happened, it got very interesting. It looked like a few years where Earth was recycling itself, but after that, we came back to the Earth. We had grand cities and stuff like that, but we also brought some creatures back with us, and it was really interesting because I kind of laughed because all these, these mythical creatures that people didn't think ever existed, they were created and they were put back, they were brought here on the earth. So when I came in that premonition, when I was brought there by a being, I looked down and I could see futuristic cities, and we're walking down the street with all kinds of beings. People were talking and they were trading. There was no money. There was no such thing as money there. It's like, hey, I made this. We want to do this. It was a bartering system because I looked closely and you could still see that there was remnants of English there, and it looked like it was a buy it and trade shop, and it was kind of cool. Like you would bring something there and then they would bring it back, and it was like a huge. It was kind of interesting, and then like you seen like when I was looking at the city, you could see light beings walking around. You could see Bigfoot running around and walking around. All kinds of beings just walking through the city. And the funny thing is that the humans didn't look like humans at all. They looked, like I was saying before, they looked like us, but we're a little taller. And we didn't have like flesh and bones at this point. It was more like a solid, rocky crystal look.
A crystalline body.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bodies, and when the people were there, you could see like through the crystals, you could see the veins. Mm-hmm. It looked like veins inside the crystals, and the different emotions that they had would light up.
Interesting.
So you can't lie. I mean, you're right there. You're out there. You can't lie to people.
In a 4D, 5D,
and that's where I got
everything.
to the point where I laughed.
Total transparency.
Yeah, because that's when I laughed because it reminded me of that flower life. Because whatever emotion I was feeling in that flower life, past life, is kind of like what's going to happen when we evolve into that higher level. Mm-hmm. And it's funny because those crystalline chips, I know what the crystalline chips are used for. It's funny this other person talks about them and claims them, but she doesn't know what they're for. I'm not going to tell her exactly what they're for, but we use them, we merge with them, because our DNA is locked in with the ship's DNA, kind of like an organic ship. But instead of it being organic, it's more of a crystal. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, and that's kind of what the people that I follow on YouTube when they're the Pleiadian people. That's kind of what they're talking about. Is we're coming into our crystalline bodies, and that's where all our aches and pains are coming from right now, because we're being bombarded to assist us into those crystalline bodies. And we just got to drink a lot of water and try to eat better and take better care of ourselves.
Yeah, reduce the meat intake. Eat more plant based.
Yeah, and get rid of the toxins.
And when I was talking to Area and Epi and Sola, actually, they said that some meats are okay. Just don't go overboard with it like anything else.
Yeah, reducitarian.
They tell me they made strict evidence to say do not eat pork. Do not eat. It was like do not eat pork, and it was another one.
You know why? Because pigs don't have sweat glands, and if they can't sweat, they can't rid their meat of the toxins that they take in. So when you eat their meat, you eat all the toxins that have ever been created in that pig's body.
Not to mention they are riddled with the parasites. So
yeah, they are. Because they can't get rid of those toxins. They can't sweat any of that out. So they get parasites and they get a toxin buildup and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Pork. I'm not. I've never really been a fan of pork, but it didn't really bother me to sit on my own. I don't know. Anyway,
And I've always loved it for some reason. I guess because I grew up on a pig farm. But
the only
anyway,
problem I have is the bacon part.
well, I love bacon, so you know, I'm trying, and I'm trying to do the things, the herbal component that help you to get rid of the toxins. The supplements, and the plants, the herbals that can help reduce the toxins in the body. But it's hard. I don't like water. I don't like it.
I love water.
Did you know animals actually have taste bud? They can taste water. We can't.
I can taste water.
I can taste it, and I don't like the way it tastes. But I mean, I'm sure I'm tasting the things they add to it.
Well, if you've ever drinking water that was pure and clear, you would know the difference. But we don't have any pure clear water anymore. There is no such thing as pure clear water. We have to pray over it to clear it.
The water at the bottom of the waterfall when it's that misty stuff. Supposed to be good, but there's also ways of structuring water, adding an electrical charge to it and structure it.
Yes, there is. Yes, it's, what is it called? Not phosphorus, but it's something that you add in to fizz the water to make it more. I know what you're talking about, and I can't remember the name of it now. I just read an article about it the other day, just like last week, and I already forgot. But I again cling to Cryon, and he says that humans bitch and moan all the time about how they're killing us with our poison.
Yeah.
He says that actually our world is beautiful and clean and pristine, and we actually have one of the cleanest environments of many, many, many of the planets.
Yeah.
We just don't appreciate it.
No.
Electrolytes.
And we think we're living in such a toxic environment, but it's really not as bad as we think it is.
You haven't seen some of the other planets.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's kind of what he was saying, was that actually Earth is very pristine compared to many other places we could be.
Yeah, we're like the Disneyland of the universe, and we're just messing it up, man.
Yeah, we are.
The first planet I think I've been to where it was civilized it really had to be Nibiru. That place was a cyclone of a mess.
Never.
Yeah.
Well, I guess there's planets where
planet.
I guess there's planets too where you don't have any free will. I mean, that's where they send souls that just can't learn how to control themselves. And so once they have proven that they don't improve or get some self-control, then they have to go to a planet where they don't have as much free will, and they have to live in that environment for a while until they get it.
Nibiru reminded me of the
Kind of like a purgatory.
Yeah, probably. That's probably where that term came from. You have to go live in one of those non-free will places where.
It reminded you of what, Brim?
Nibiru reminded me of the ghetto.
Oh.
The most beautiful one is the place they call Spira. It was very beautiful. It was like a water planet, and there was a lot of technology floating islands and sky islands. It was really pretty.
Like a prison planet. What you were talking about earlier.
Never.
Yes, Nibiru.
That's what
It's a prison planet.
It was the worst. They only care about energy and themselves, really.
Energy and themselves? Is that what you said?
Yep. They weren't very kind.
Hmm. So I wonder what you'd have to do to have to be put there. Goodness.
I don't know.
Surely you wouldn't volunteer.
Nope.
So that would be like a punishment planet, huh?
Yeah.
Although you're not supposed to have any punishment. You're not, I mean, God is not a punishing God.
It's called lessons, not punishment.
Maybe so. Ouch. We'd have to think of it differently. But anyway,
Yes.
I'm trying to stay as positive as I possibly can, and I really feel like that we're getting bogged down in some of this disinformation
Absolutely.
that's getting out there, and it's going to be real important for us, like Yaya was talking about the other night, was for us to stay clear
Yeah.
but stay available, so that when others are disappointed that these things don't happen that they've been promised, we'll be there to kind of pick up all the pieces and help them, figure out what they're doing.
Yeah. I would like to say that I think the Anunnaki, not all of them were bad, but there was a lot of bad ones, and they came here and they needed a race to, or they to avoid having to do all the work themselves. They created us, and they used their own DNA to do it, and taught us how to do things, and just kind of let us like mine gold and silver and all, like they needed like the raw ore of gold or something for their planet, because they messed their atmosphere up, in Nibiru or whatever, and so they needed like resources from here. But then they got in trouble for doing what they did, and they kind of got kicked out. But like I think so much time has passed, time we man made. I mean, I think they've learned their lesson since, and so they're not. So people that might have been bad then are not as bad now. If that makes any sense.
Well,
Yeah.
if
They might have
you
learned some lessons.
if you read the Emerald Tablets of Light, it's Inky explaining all of that. How
Yeah,
he came back and tried to make amends for all the things that his brother Enlil had done, and then the Seven Sisters kind of banished them and gave us the spark of divinity and set us off on our path of enlightenment. And so the Anunnaki themselves were trying to straighten up and fly straight as well. But there are still groups, evidently, there are still groups of all of them who want to have some sort of control and are working on getting our attention, I suppose.
Yeah.
yeah, they liked being worshipped as gods, and they're not. Like they were just trying to figure out how to ascend and get to a higher plane of existence, and I think that they're still irritated that they can't, and we're at that precipice where we're about to, like, we're figuring it out now, and they're still trying to figure out how, even though they're way more advanced than us.
Well, I think that's the reason they're all like showing up now, is kind of like we're the entertainment, because we've done it so rapidly and we've done things that were not expected so rapidly. And so now they're all just kind of hanging out waiting to see what we do with it. But there are those who still want to kind of interfere a little bit, or else take credit for some of it. Is that right, Brim?
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Could have said it any better.
Entertainment, yeah, entertainment purposes only.
But I mean, it's not that they're bad. It's just that they don't all have pure intentions.
Yeah,
I
I like
think you
Thought. Thought was he was pretty cool. He's like, I don't want to be a god. He's like,
Yeah.
I just want to be an equal, and he had a lot of good lessons.
Well, he figured out how to switch out his consciousness so he could live for thousands of years and look over us to make sure we weren't trying to go the wrong way.
And also, before the humans were made, there was a group called the Igai that were from Mars, and they kind of looked humanoid. They were a cross between humanoid and grays, but they were orange looking, and they were on the red planet. They were supposed to come here and help the Anunnaki with mining the gold until they gave the Anunnaki the middle finger, so Anunnaki got mad, blasted Mars and the planet and destroyed the surface of it until they went underground. So when anybody says they're from Mars, they're normally going to be a grayish humanoid. No, an orange gray, but the same size as a human.
Yeah, the reddish like creatures. I've heard about them. I think I've heard about how they used the Stargate to try to send energy from the sun to destroy something, and it backfired, and it ripped their entire like atmosphere off their planet, off of Mars.
Mm. So they had to go underground, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And when they went underground, they evolved more. They weren't humans on an asteroid ship.
Right. And you are entertaining, I must say. We're all very entertaining.
This is all for the fictional, non-fictional book we're writing.
Well, you know what? This is so fun because, you know, these are things I read about when I was a kid, when I was like climb the tree and lay on the limb and read my sci-fi books. A lot of this stuff was in those books. It's just so weird.
Everything that, like every TV show, every movie, every radio broadcast, every book, every magazine, and all that is they can't do things without letting us know. That's them letting us know.
Exactly.
If we don't catch on to it, it's our own fault.
And this is actually nobody has seen Winston Churchill's speech about this when he said it would all of this information would be seeded in our media, our books, our entertainment, everywhere. Our books, our entertainment, everywhere. Our books, our entertainment. All right. Well, anyways, yeah. So Winston Churchill had a speech. I saw it, and they took it down. It was on YouTube. It was way back before any AI, anything, and so it was like a real speech he did.
And they used the gold. Gold was used as a conductor for the technology and the machinery. That's why they needed gold. Because gold is the lightest conductor that they could find, and Earth had a lot of it, especially in the South African region. It's where a lot of the gold was found.
It was the raw form of gold, like Orem, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I
Like
think
a
I
white,
read it. I
white
think I read it
powdery.
there. I'm sorry.
What?
I was thinking that I read in the Emerald Tablets that they needed it for their atmosphere. They had polluted their atmosphere and they needed the gold
Yes.
mist to clear it,
Yes.
and they
Yes.
needed a lot of gold to do
Yeah.
it.
Yep. And we had a lot.
Yeah.
They
They
took a
did.
lot of it.
Yeah, that's what. See, they used it for the machinery to clean the atmosphere.
Yeah.
The jellyfish ships.
Need one.
Supposedly those are like atmospheric cleaning ships.
hmm I've heard people talk about those. There's
I have
also
one on my profile. I seen that when I went to Norfolk, Virginia, about a month ago.
you saw you saw one.
Yeah, I got I have pictures of it. I couldn't get a video because we were going on the road too fast. But I do have a video. I do have it in my videos. It's probably buried in the middle somewhere because I do a lot of videos a day. But it's down in there. You'll see it.
I must have missed it.
It's huge.
Hmm. Well, it's exciting times for sure. But I'm kind of tired.
All right.
I'm getting a little weary of all the work I'm having to do, you know?
Right.
It's like maybe it would be easier from the other side.
Maybe.
I don't know.
But your work is never done.
No.
Even when you rest in the spirit realm, you still got work to do.
I know. I know.
I like to drink water with high pH.
Yeah, I have some of that.
9.5 pH. Yes.
Somebody said that alkaline water was better, and what you can do is you take
Yes.
we'll get some spring water and add some baking soda.
I've got
Yes.
a filter that does that, adds pH to the water, adds alkaline to the water.
I just bought a bottle of that stuff where you just put a cap of it in a gallon. I don't know. I just don't like water. I told Suzanne I bought some coconut water off of Amazon thinking it was going to be so marvelous, and it just is awful.
Oh, I know, right? Did it
Coconut
taste like...
water though is so good for you.
It did not taste good to me. It tasted like something that had gone off to me.
I know
The
it's
coconut
good to
water.
you.
I was like, this
I
is
know
not
it's
what it
good.
was leading me to believe.
None
I
of
know.
those are good. You need to buy young coconuts. Drink the water, scoop out the soft meat, and sprinkle cinnamon on it, and it's so good.
I know, you told me that, and it was after I bought a case of that crap on Amazon. So I gotta drink it. I bought it, I gotta drink it.
A whole case of it?
I
Yeah.
know, it's like
Honey,
12
use it
bottles.
to make smoothies. You can't taste it.
Yeah.
Use it to make
Some
smoothies.
little
Add to your
protein
smoothie.
smoothies.
Make a smoothie. No, it doesn't have to be a protein smoothie. It could just be a fruit smoothie.
I'll,
Make a fruit
Oh.
smoothie. Yeah,
I'll use it some way, but I'm not drinking it by itself anymore.
that's how I used mine. I was the same way. I bought like little six bottles of it, and I was like, "Oh, this is going to be so good. I can drink this instead of drinking tea or
What?
whatever." Girl, I took a big old chug. My care attendant was sitting there with a smirk on her face, knew what I was fixing to experience because she had just done it days before and did not warn me. And she laughed so hard, I thought she was going to pee her britches.
Well, somebody told me it tasted like pineapple.
If you add pineapple to it, it does. It doesn't taste like pineapple right out that coconut, though.
Oh, no, wait, don't.
No.
Coconut has never tasted like
Tasted
pineapple.
like pineapple. Only if you add pineapple to it.
I remember I said, somebody said, "Oh, you should try that coconut water. It's pretty good." I went to the Spanish Isle, picked up 4 or 5 bottles of that. I was really thirsty one day, and I had it in my fridge. I said, let me get some of that. I opened it up. I tried it. I went, whoa. I went, oh god.
I had a big old mouthful of it, and I was like,
I drank.
ooh. You know, I
I
felt
opened
like
it up. I
Lucy on the
drank it.
Vegavita vitamin commercial where she had to like swig that nasty stuff, and she kept getting drunk off of it, and the drunker she got. You know, the first time that she stuck it in her mouth, that look that she got on her face, so like, you know, I totally got that.
Yeah. Yeah, I Lucille balled through my way through that whole bottle. So now I've got 11 more bottles I gotta pick
Oh,
up.
bless your heart.
I had sugar in, you know, you know what I added with mine? It was funny. You know them little things that you buy in the store? It's got like the Skittles and it's like things you put in water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
flavoring
bought one of
powder.
them and threw it in there. It actually tasted pretty good then.
I
Yeah, you
had
have to add
gotten,
sugar to it.
I had
No,
gotten
those
some,
little packs though. Those little,
The sweetener.
ones you put in the 16-ounce bottles.
yeah.
Just use one of them.
Yeah, I see those at the dollar store. I could get a few of those.
Yeah.
I added some Mad Honey to it, and so at least I got the benefit from the Mad Honey.
Yeah, honey
Yeah.
would probably be the healthiest
Best
thing you could.
addition. Yeah.
Especially that Mad Honey.
Yeah, especially that Mad Honey. I mean, that was worth the bucks.
Was it really? I had looked into it, but I was like, ugh, I don't know, because I have spent money on stuff and it came and I was like, this is not even what they said it was going to do at all.
No, it does. It is.
I've
Awesome
heard
to
about that
know.
Mad Honey for a couple of years now. That stuff is really good.
Yeah, it is. I alternate Mad Honey with mugwort tea for dreams and more lucid dreaming. And then what's the lotus? I have lotus tea too, but it's not as potent as the Mad Honey or the mugwort.
Oh yeah, that Mad Honey. I'm telling you, you gotta look that stuff up. I watched a video on that stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you can only buy it in Turkey?
Yes, that's the only place it's made or comes from. There's like somewhere up in the big caves, cliffs.
Yeah, it's on the
Cliff
cliff.
Yeah.
So that's why it's so expensive, is because it's so hard to get it.
It's on a cliff because I seen the video. It was there's this huge cliff and they had to use this rope and lower the guy down. And these bees were like this big.
Uh-huh.
And
They literally risked their life for it.
Yeah. He knocked down this huge thing, and then they have to use smoke. They use smoke to get the bees away. And then when it falls and hits the ground, they got to use the smoke again to push them away. And then when they get that honey, holy crap. That stuff's expensive. Like one tiny bottle was what, like $100 and something.
122.
Yeah, 'cause it was a bottle like this big. It was like,
Yeah. Yeah. But I've made it last, and I'll get another one because it's worth it. I use it sparingly, but it's worth it. And mugwort is hard to find too. I did find a place here in town finally that one of the crystal shops carries it, so I won't have to wait until I go back to Arizona to get it every time.
I want to have my own garden of natural herbs and stuff like that, mugwort and is it calliope? Is that what it's called? Calliope? Calliope? I can't remember if it's something calliope. I can't remember. A lot of medicinal herbs.
I have a lot in pots all around my house. I just try to grow as many herbs as I can. And they don't need much. They don't want much. So I can grow rosemary and lavender and basil and all those things because they don't really care what they grow in or how well you take care of them.
You got any
Well,
saffron?
I live with the person.
What?
I live with the person that poisons my plants. So.
What'd you say?
You got any saffron?
No saffron.
Oh man, saffron is a money making deal. It's
They say
really
it's very easy to grow
apparently.
too.
and it's good, to have. But
I was reading about it the other day. I was
I
thinking,
got,
and
go ahead.
you can get it online, right? Get the.
Yeah, yeah, on TikTok Shop,
Yeah.
they sell saffron seeds, or no, actually, bulbs or something.
Yeah.
You buy the bulbs and
Yeah,
plant them.
bulbs. That may be where I saw it here. But I was thinking about that. That's something to do over the winter. You can grow those inside.
Yeah, it's if you don't need it, like you can sell the things. You can sell them.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to grow me some moss plants, but somebody killed them for me. So, like I said, I live with somebody that likes to poison my plants.
1 out of 2 people at your location.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And he doesn't bother any of my stuff. He mows the lawn. He leaves the rest to me. So thank God. And then I have enough area in the back to have lots of pots and lots of different divided off gardens. And then I had an alley garden for a while because a lot of those herbs really, like I said, they don't care. They'll grow in anything. And so you just throw some seeds out there. What?
Someone's having jello or pudding. Jello, pudding, or yogurt?
Are you eating it again, Matt?
Yes, I am.
He could tell what you were eating.
I was trying to be quiet. I thought I was being quiet. Remy got good ears. I was just gonna sit here and not say nothing.
So how expensive is it, Suzanne, the saffron? Suzanne?
That's real expensive.
It's more than your honey.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
It was
expensive.
very expensive.
I thought the Mad Honey was pretty expensive, actually.
Well, it is.
Even for me.
I can't afford either one of them.
Yeah, I'd have to get a loan.
I mean, I don't know. I probably could, but I'd have to quit spending it on something else.
I'd have to go hungry.
Well,
These are my groceries.
I
These are
mean,
my grocery money.
if I had it, I wouldn't know what to do with it anyway. If I had the honey, I'd eat it.
That's all I do is I add the honey to like my teas, or just take a teaspoon of it by itself.
Have you tried that butterfly pea tree tea? Blah, 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 blah.
Mm-mm.
Butterfly pea tea.
No.
It turns purple. You add lemon to it, and it turns a blue. It's really pretty. It's supposed to be really good. It's supposed to help open your third eye. It's supposed to help. I don't remember all. It's supposed to do a lot of different things.
Pineal gland.
Pineal gland.
Yeah,
Yes, thank you.
Pineal.
I think they say it both ways. They say
Or
it
that
pineal
piney,
or
or
pineal.
that piney nut gland is what my granny used to call that piney nut gland. Because it looks like a little piney nut.
Tiny.
I don't know.
Decalcifying it though, that would
Right.
be incredible. I think mine is calcified like crazy right now.
I think everybody's is from the stuff that's in our water, like the fluoride that's in our water for entertainment purposes
Well, just-
only.
For all the processed
All the
things
stuff
we
that's
eat,
in our food, all of the
designed
it scares me to
calcify
buy
it.
a loaf of bread and have it last for like 3 months and not get any
Has
mold on it. That
anybody-
freaks me
you've
out.
been noticing all the
I'm like, I won't
fruits
eat
and
that crap.
vegetables and things not going moldy for a
Yeah,
long time?
Yeah, and then my problem is the ones that are expensive go moldy really fast. Like they shouldn't, a lot faster than what they're supposed to.
Yeah, like this bread. I bought this loaf of bread last week, and I haven't had any of it. I went to make a sandwich earlier today, and I'm like, oh my, I'm gonna have to throw it away.
Mold is good for you.
I don't want some penicillin now. Come on now.
Well, you never
Oh,
know.
I'm
how do you
allergic to
make
mold.
penicillin out of mold? Like I don't know.
Well, we used to eat cheese that had mold. We just cut the mold off the cheese and eat the cheese anyway.
I
And then
remember those
I was
days.
somebody was telling me, "Oh, that's very bad. It's very toxic." And I was like, "How come I'm not dead?"
No. There's different templates to
Types of
have.
mold. I get
Like
you.
when you have hard cheese, you can cut the mold off. But like bread is real airy, and so the mold
Right.
spores are throughout it. So it's like the denser the object is, the you can cut it off. And with like I've seen long lists of things that you can eat after it's been moldy. You just have to cut however much off, and stuff that you never supposed to eat if there's been any mold at all on it.
To tell you how old I am, I remember commodities.
Yeah.
Well, when I
The
worked for
government,
the
government
county,
handouts, that they
yeah,
gave for, yes.
yeah, I worked for Tulsa County Social Services and gave out commodities. And you want to hear something really messed up? Was my salary? I was a single mom at the time, and if I didn't work for Tulsa County Social Services, with my salary as a single mom, I qualified for subsidies. But because I was a caseworker for the county social services, I couldn't get what every other citizen had coming to them. And
No, that's crap.
if you don't think that's screwed up,
That's
and
totally screwed up.
yeah, and that job required a bachelor's degree to get in the door, and
Wow.
it didn't even pay enough to be off government assistance. But of course, I've never gotten government assistance, even when I
No wonder
qualified
they had
for
a
it.
hard
So,
time finding people to fill their spots.
yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Well, any
Well, that's
social
like,
services like that. My daughter is a social worker, and she gets paid literally nothing, and they require a master's.
Yeah. Now, see, when I graduated, they didn't. Now they require a master's, but back then they didn't.
Yeah.
Back in the olden days, bachelor's degree was good enough.
Mhm. Yeah, but now they require, and she's just like my second daughter has her degree in psychology and sociology, a master's in sociology and leadership, and then her doctorate in leadership and world relations, I think it is. And she is she heads 3 different departments at the university in Lubbock, and also is a professor. She teaches 3 different classes and does some online teaching as well. And with all of her education and all of her responsibilities, she still doesn't make what she should. But my poor daughter that has her, strict degree in sociology to be a social worker, she makes like $20 an hour. It's ridiculous.
well, that's like, well, it's not like, but it bothers me that essential people like my care assistant, for instance, they did not, when during COVID, they continued coming to take care of me every day. And they had to wear masks and gloves and all the whole nine yards and all that. And I had to wear a mask when they were here because for their protection, for my protection. And which technically wasn't really the case, but because they worked for the government, it was by law I had to, because if they got sick and they could say it was my fault and then sue my daughter because it's on her property and all that stuff or something. I don't know,
Yeah,
something
well,
legal like that.
stupid.
Yeah. So, but anyway, but my people that come into somebody else's home and take care of people who aren't able to do for themselves are making $10.75 an hour.
Yeah.
No health benefits, but they work for the government. No health benefits.
Right.
No kind of paid leave, no sick days, no nothing like that.
Wow.
And it's
The
ridiculous.
caregivers are shafted.
Yeah.
And they can't keep them. I know a lot of my patients, that was, practically a full-time job working with the social worker, just trying to keep caregivers in the home. Because
And when you get one, even when they're a bad one, you don't want to let them go because
otherwise you're
they're,
by
at
yourself.
least they're there. At least they're there.
Right.
Let's see, I just had to let my last one go because she was, oh God, so energy draining. It was one drama after another with her. First, it was when she first started working for me. It was her going through a divorce, and then it was the other person that she took care of. She was living with them, and how she didn't like how he was doing her. And then she got her boyfriend, and then it was a drama between her and her boyfriend and the guy that she's living with, and it was all just too much for me. Too much. I can't handle a lot of stress, and she was just constant stress and drama every day. And so one day I finally just had enough, and I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm sorry, but don't come back, please. So I'm getting a new one Monday. She seems like a real nice lady.
The problem is when you do let somebody go or somebody quits or leaves because they make no money, then they don't have anybody. This
Right.
one lady I have is bedbound. And
Right.
she literally can't do anything for herself. And she's not been able to have a caregiver for like 3 years. Her son, who is mentally challenged, has actually been taking care of her because we've just been unable to find any company here in town that
It's
can
hard,
keep somebody coming.
especially when it's somebody that needs complete care like that. And because people don't want to have to do that much care.
Yeah.
They don't want to have to do that much work. That's one of the big problems with people who are willing to take that amount of money. Usually don't want to do a lot of work.
Yeah, they come in and sit on.
And I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. I mean, you come in with the attitude, well, I'm only getting paid $10 an hour. This isn't worth it. I've got to do this, and this. No, it's too much. And they're not trained properly. They're not trained well. They're not given any kind of background checks or anything.
When my father needed someone, I was working 12-hour shifts, 2 days on, 2 days off. And so I would be going over there and cleaning his house and cooking and doing some things for him. And I got help for him, but he wouldn't let them do anything. And he would get up and make their breakfast and have coffee ready.
Oh, bless his heart.
And they would sit and eat breakfast and smoke cigarettes all day until their shift was over. And then I'd have to come back and on my days off.
Do all the stuff that they were supposed to be doing.
But I didn't care.
Bless your heart.
He had somebody to talk to, and they would talk to him.
That's a part of the job that some of them don't like to do.
No, he's very engaging, my father. So they would read the paper to him. He had had so many strokes he couldn't read anymore, even with his prism glasses. So they would read the paper to him, and they would just sit and drink coffee and eat the breakfast he made, and then he'd get up and make lunch because he loved to cook for people. He loved doing that.
Oh, I do too. I love to cook.
Then there'd be a sink full of dishes, and nothing was done. And I was like, it's okay. It's okay. He had somebody, and I didn't have to worry about him the days I was at work. So it was funny, though. It was really funny. Well, I'm going to go and see if I can say goodnight to the man before he takes off for 5 days in the wilderness.
All right.
Thanks for sharing, honey.
Good night, honey.
Good night, babies. Y'all all have lots of fun, and take good care of yourselves.
All right. Sweet dreams, hon.
Thank you.
No, it's just us. Oh boy.
Number 4. Plus
I
one
feel
more.
like I kind of feel like the teacher has left the classroom and we're all in here fixing to get into a lot of trouble.
Oh yeah, right. So
She told you to behave now.
yeah. So when it comes to the spirituality aspect of things, some of us shared why what spirituality means to you, and what does it how does it affect others along with you.
I've lost a lot of people that due to my beliefs and my spirituality. A lot of people in my family I have either disassociated myself with them or they have disassociated themselves with me.
I can relate to that.
Yeah.
Realizing that spirituality is different than religion. That there's a
Right.
separation, and you don't have to believe in a certain religion to be spiritual.
No.
Exactly.
And as a matter of fact, I believe in most religions, except for Catholicism. I just can't do the Catholic. I just can't.
I can't do
I'm
that
sorry.
either.
Just
I
for
can't do
entertainment purposes only, the Catholic Church, in my opinion, is the epitome of evil.
I can't deal with
There's a
Catholics.
lot of bad things go on in a lot of religions.
Absolutely, and they're all yeah. I can't reconcile myself to the things that have been done in the name of Christ. It's horrifying that they tortured people to make them worship God. I mean, talk about an oxymoron.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty bad.
I mean,
You know, I was raised on hellfire and brimstone, in the South
yes.
in the early 60s. My childhood was in the early 60s. And
There's a reason why it was called the Bible Belt.
it was terrifying.
Yes.
But later on, I don't know, I get probably as a young adult, my aunt's funeral, she was a devout Catholic, and that was the only time I'd ever been to a Catholic funeral. And the ritual of the funeral, I thought was really cool.
It was beautiful, yeah.
And it's the only Catholic funeral I've ever been to. And I've been to Mass with friends before, but it was always in Latin, and so nothing. So
I lived with nuns.
Right. That is so much worse.
I lived in a 42-room house in Brimfield, Massachusetts, at General Sherman's house. They owned it, and oh my, the stuff I had to go through with them.
Mean. I
Yeah.
heard that not heard that they were very mean. My ex-mother-in-law was half Cherokee Indian, and her brothers and sisters were taken away to boarding school, and it was a Catholic run boarding school, and she just told all kinds of horror stories
For
about
Indian
how horribly
children?
they were treated. I'm sorry?
yeah,
Yeah, they were
for
half
Indian
Cherokee.
children.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, those were
They
horrible.
called it boarding
Those were
school. They were
horrible.
actually they were prisoner of war camps, is what they were. They were not boarding schools. They weren't schools. They were prisoner of war
Right.
camps.
Yeah, they were.
And so their stepmother was actually the one that sent them to that place because she didn't want them around because she wanted to swindle their father out of the land that had been her mother's land, their mother's land, which she found out later on after she had sent the kids away that there was no way for her to get her hands on it because it was tribal land. So it was under the treaty, so there was no way for her to get her hands on that land.
Basically, I think all of us in Oklahoma are on tribal land, as far as I can tell.
All of us in the United States are on tribal land.
Yep.
Every square inch of it is tribal lands. And you know, the sad thing is I truly believe that if it had been handled in a different way than the way it was, if they had the Pilgrims had actually come here with the idea that everyone was going to be free and not just the white people were going to be free, that things could have been so much different. But see, a lot of my relatives didn't even come here willingly. They were sent here because they were warring against the crown. You know, my Scottish relatives, some of them were prisoners sent here, penal colony kind of thing. My Irish relatives were indentured servants. Some of them were indentured servants. So
That's
I
how
mean, you know,
Georgia was made.
huh?
That's how Georgia was made. Georgia was a penal colony because they wanted the separation from the Spanish.
But yeah, what else was there? If it had been done properly, if they had have actually taken time instead of deciding these people don't dress the way we dress and they don't talk the way we talk, there must be evil. Their ways are evil and they shouldn't be allowed. The holy rollers, and again the church, entertainment purposes only, TikTok, and they, instead of them getting to know the other people's cultures and saying, hey, these people are good people, they're just different than we are. They just know things differently than we do. And some of my relatives actually did integrate into the indigenous people's way of living. And that's the reason why I'm so passionate about how it's what's spoken of about the indigenous peoples of the Americas, because and I hate to tell people this, but entertainment purposes only, TikTok, Mexicans are indigenous peoples. They're mixed with Spanish blood. True, some of them are mixed with Spanish blood, but they are indigenous peoples to the United States. The South America is part of, it was all one country until the United States says, mine, 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 mine. So yeah, I'll get off my soapbox, sorry. Took us on a whole totally different direction, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Wow.
No barking.
You tell them.
Do what?
Well, anyone
You
else?
got a dog, Rivers? You got another dog?
I didn't get one. Whenever I hear a little dog bark, I tell him, "You go get him, go get him."
Oh, that's my Chihuahua. A butterfly down the street. A butterfly down the street farted. My Chihuahua heard it. Now she has to go bark about it.
Go get him.
I had a Chewy when I was a kid. I used to carry him around in my backpack.
We have 125-pound pit bull Great Dane mix that the Chihuahua thinks she can beat her up.
Oh, it's always about the Chihuahua's 100% personality, zero like
And
ability to do anything about it.
well, no, Quinn will jump up and grab a hold of them and hang off their lip and stuff like that, you know, and the dog's like, get off me. But they're best buds. They sleep together. They
Yeah.
love each other. They're the best buds.
Annoyance.
But
Like, why are you doing
she's
this?
the most she's the barkingest dog I've ever had in my whole entire life.
Absolutely, those chewies.
Yep. I adopted her for my daughter's dog was lonesome because my two dogs were old dogs. They didn't want to play. My daughter's dog wanted to run and play, and that my dogs were like, "Leave me alone. I'm old. I'm not interested in your damn games." So I decided I would get another dog for my daughter's dog for Christmas. So I called this lady had this little dog and she's like, I'm giving it away for free. And I was like, well, let me come look at it. And I'm thinking it's going to be about the size of a rat terrier, you know, or a terrier type dog. I get there and she's like, maybe 2 pounds. And I'm like, this is not going to work. And I was like, no, I don't think this is going to work. And then I asked the woman, I said, what is her name? And she tells me the dog's name is Harley Quinn. And I'm like, okay, that is just weird because my daughter's dog is named Harley Quinzel. And so I was like,
No
okay,
kidding.
so I had to bring her. It was like, you know.
She hears you talking.
AK.
Hello, G.
What I was going to ask you earlier is, how soon do you have to move?
Well, I quit my job and my boss rents a place out to me, but it wasn't because of him, it was because of his brother. So, I don't know. Soon? Maybe next month?
Hopefully it works out.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I was supposed to take over their, because they're old, they're elderly. I was supposed to take over their equipment and everything, but I found myself as just an employee making them money, and I just, like, yeah, where I'm not going to get what I was going to get out of this deal. I'm just the young back that they're using, and it's like, look, I could make way more money running my own business. I just need to get there, and so I don't know. I worked 18 years for a guy, promised the business before, didn't get it. They lied. He lied and gave it to his son, the business I built. And so I feel, I don't know. It's just personal drama. I don't want to bring it on the show.
You don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm a private contractor, and like, I don't know. I just need to stop working for other people and just work for myself.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's always people like me that need stuff done. That people
Absolutely.
don't know how to
And
do.
I loved your video with the with the raccoons. That was awesome because I've never seen a real raccoon in my life.
Really?
Yeah, we don't have raccoons in Alaska.
Oh. Guess not.
And you had said the other night that you had never seen a skunk in real
Yeah,
life.
no skunks ever. I've never seen a skunk a day in my life.
When I lived up in the mountains, we had skunks, and everybody avoids them. So the skunks in my neighborhood where I lived, you had to have a minimum of 20 acres. So most people, like our houses were all pretty close to each other, but then we had like 20, 40 acres out behind us. and we had lots of skunks. And when I would come home after dark, I would just creep real slow because this. Once we got off the highway, the streets were just gravel, you know, and so it'd go super slow. And these
Were you
skunks
walking
were
or
like
on bikes?
major. I was no, we weren't walking. We lived between two little bitty towns up in the mountains. So I would be going like 2 miles an hour, and these skunks are like the biggest, fattest cat you've ever seen, and super shiny. They were really beautiful, but my Dalmatian got sprayed just once, and it was really a miserable night.
I heard that they were giving away land in Alaska to live there.
I don't know about that. They do have land sales for really low rates, but it's like they're homesteading low like cost like homesteaders. They want people to move to places where in the middle of nowhere, and then the population here is so low, and there's so many men. There's so many men. It's like
That's what I heard.
5 guys to every 1 woman. There's so many men. It's so hard to get a hot date.
Yeah. Well, you can always get the penguins.
If not for the military, there would be way less women. We got tons of military bases here. And actually, that's what I did for a long time, is build military housing.
Huh.
So if you want a date, you need to go hang out and ask out the girls that are at the military bases.
Pretty much.
Or cheat on that, make them cheat on their husbands. I don't know. I was never into that. But you'd find them at the bars.
Make them cheat on their husbands?
Pretty much go out of state, find somebody, bring them back, you know, if you don't want to step on someone's toes.
Yeah. I often thought about going to Alaska until I found that out.
It sounds perfect to me.
That's great if you're gay.
Nah, it's that thing.
It sounds perfect to me. Far away from everybody, no people to have to deal with. You know.
The amount of people around is like, it's great. Just not having to deal with the traffic of like city. It's awesome. Like I get frustrated with a few people like driving like idiots, but like then I hear stories about driving on the interstate with like millions of vehicles, and I'm like, it's not so bad here.
You don't want to drive in Houston, Texas.
Oh heck no!
I've heard horror stories. It's bad.
I've never cussed more in my life than I did on the freeway in Houston. My daughter won an award, and so we flew down to Houston, and her award was at the Russian consulate in the Galleria area, and geez, oh Pete, it's like 7 lanes on a city street. It's like, that's too big for a freeway as far as I'm concerned. Anyway.
Well, they had to make it like that because it was such bad traffic congestion.
It is a nightmare. Houston sucks, man. I never want to drive there again in my life.
You're either hauling ass at 85, 95, 100 miles an hour, or you're sitting completely and totally still and creeping along at like less than idling
the
speed.
the exits aren't marked. If you don't know where you're going, you're just shit out of luck because
And
it's
if you have to turn around, it's
whoops.
going to be miles.
Well, oh, you can't just turn around. It's like,
You have to go
where do
miles
I
before
get
you
off?
find a crossover.
There's like 20 roads going off of here. It's like,
We used to have to travel down. My husband worked offshore, and we
I
used to have
was
to
like,
travel down there for meetings, travel to
I
Houston for
was,
meetings, and we live up near Fort Worth. So
I
it's a
was
4.5,
fighting
5 hour
Oh
drive
yeah,
for
Fort Worth,
us.
Texas.
I
Ah,
was
yeah.
Yeah.
driving in Tulsa, and Houston was like, "No, man, I'm done." I told Emily, it's like, I'm gonna, as soon as I find a place to park, I'm gonna park. We're gonna have to walk the rest of the way. I don't care how far it is. And so
I understand that feeling.
we parked and we made it to the thing. And originally, I had said we could find some place downtown to eat. And I said, no, we're going to go find a hotel and eat some. I don't care if it's I wanted some local flavor. And then it was like, I don't care what kind of chain it is. We're going to eat near the hotel. And I'm getting the hell out of the city. And we
You
flew
gotta do
home
what
the
you gotta
next day.
do.
It's like I don't care how far we have to walk. I'm parking as soon as I can find a place to park, and we are gonna walk, and we are gonna save our location in our phones so we can find it.
Well, my husband had the opinion that after driving in Houston traffic, he understood why people abandoned their cars on the side of the road.
Yeah.
And just walked away from them. He totally understood it. He's like, I totally get it now.
Yeah, there's no amount of money worth having to come back for this.
The worst driver's got to be New York.
Probably because they never drive, right?
Oh my God! I hated in New York driving. New York and Philadelphia were the worst.
Yeah, our truck driver friend said there were places in New York that he wouldn't even go. He wouldn't accept loads for places because of the impossible to get to. He said there was one place that he had to do a delivery in New York, and he had to back up 6 city blocks because there was no way for him to turn around to go back out. So he had to back 6 city blocks to the warehouse to be able to drop a load. And he said, never again. Never again.
Even places like Tulsa, some of these big ass trucks that get off the highway and then they're like going through like a neighborhood street trying
to find where they're at because they're totally lost.
Little bitty gas station. And it's like, some of the streets in town are too narrow for, like our bookmobile before I retired. It's like we knew streets could never go down because we'd get a new bookmobile driver that just came from another state and it's like, nope, don't go down 21st Street. You'll get stuck. Nope, don't go down that street. Nope, don't go down this street. It's like, it's like the streets. Some of those streets can't be widened. It's like if you don't go down the streets, you can't go. I think some of the neighborhoods that were old oil money in Tulsa, like those streets don't get big. They're not going to get any bigger because those people aren't going to sell off their vast lawns so that the streets can be widened.
I think the worst driving in the country has to be England. Oh my God, those roads suck. Oh my gosh. Trying to stop the damn highway. All it was rotaries.
It drive you crazy, did it?
Oh my God. I'm like, that's it. I can't take it. Rotary. Go down about 50.
This turnarounds, we've got them in. They've been putting them in our hometown, and people are so totally confused by them.
Turnarounds?
Yes, they're like, how do we do this? People
And they
stopping
drive on
and
the
stopping and
opposite side
honking
of
at
the
each
road,
other.
right?
Roundabouts. Stay to
Oh,
the
Lord.
right.
England, yeah.
Did you
I
know?
was like, you can't do this to a bunch of country hicks. It doesn't work on their brains. They don't
the guy that
understand.
the guy that implemented roundabouts died in one,
That's just
but
plain
it wasn't
pure
because
justice.
of the roundabout. He had a heart attack while he was driving around one.
Aw. It's still justice that he died in his own invention.
Those were the worst things ever. Especially in England.
Entertainment purposes only, TikTok. We're just joking around. We're not wishing any harm on anyone.
Those were the
There's
worst.
3 of them that I know of in Tulsa. And one of them was downtown and it had a fountain in the middle and so many people crashed into the fountain. It's like, really? You didn't see that fountain there, huh?
It's like, really? Well, something as big as a fountain and you just run right the hell into it? What the heck's wrong with you?
Well, we had a beautiful fountain in the one. They just put a new rotary down here. It was a nice, beautiful fountain. It looked like a couple of hundreds of thousands of dollars. They pulled it out and put a statue of some guy that's not really famous at all.
I don't know what brought this subject up, but in my head, I was once dating a guy and his car caught on fire and we were out the lake, so he drove it into the water to put the fire out. And we had to actually like swim away from the car, and 2 of the people that were in the back seat didn't know how to swim, so I had to save them, which was really fun. And he was too busy cussing and screaming at his car going down with the ship. Fighting the car, blaming it on the car, stupid car.
Wow.
I'll tell you a funny
Needless
story.
to say, I never dated him again. That was the first and last date with that dude.
You guys will love this story.
Plus, he
used
didn't
to
have a
live
car
with
after that.
I used to
I'm
live.
sorry.
I used to live with the nuns, and my friend gave me a motorcycle with a brand new Ninja. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, roaster.
I was. Well, it didn't last very long. I was going home one day, and I wasn't on any rugs. I was just tired, you know? And I thought I could stay awake because the air was kind of crisp and cold. Well, I forgot that the guy had an accident on that corner, on this, like, it went like this. And I didn't realize, and, you know, I was looking, you know, when you see the flashing things that are by you go by, it flashes, let you know there's a turn.
Mm-hmm.
So they took them down, and I forgot that there was a turn, that it was kind of a half of a moon circle. So, me not paying attention, I'm just going, doo-doo-doo. Where? I'm in the air.
Did you get some air time?
I was in the air, and I went, beep, into the middle of the lake. Now, I'm going down with the motorcycle, and I'm trying to I was trying to get up when my pants were caught, so I took my pants off. I swam back to shore, and I'm walking home. And a female officer pulls me over, and she's like, "Sir, you can't be walking down the street like that." I'm like,
Of course.
I left my pants on my motorcycle. Where's your motorcycle? In the middle of the lake. We
That
never
was
did
an
get that bike back.
entertainment purpose only story if I ever heard one. Wow.
Absolutely.
That sucks, man.
So my embarrassing story with the lake is that my grandfather had some property on the opposite side of the lake from where all of the boat docks and all that was. And it was just basically farmland and, you know, a little campsite that he had put on his piece of property there. And so me and my friends on my 18th birthday decided to have me an 18th birthday party out there on that side of the lake, thinking that we were going to be safe from the law, because they never came out there because it was the dark side, what they called the dark side of the lake. So we're out there having a good old time, and I found out that night that I don't drink rum anymore because I was, entertainment purposes only, TikTok, I was enjoying some rum with my friends for my birthday, and somehow I got talked into, well, I climbed the tree, and because there was this big oak tree that was on the property that my grandfather had made sure, he always made sure that it was nice and trimmed up and real pretty, and it had this one really big limb that we had a swing that hung off of. And so I had climbed up on the tree and was up on that big limb, and somebody said, do a striptease. And I was just drunk enough that I thought that sounded like a real fun thing to do. So I started doing a striptease. Well, I had gotten down to my last bit of clothing when all of a sudden we heard, boo! And a big flashlight, big light shone right on me in the tree. And I looked down, and there are no people on the ground, and my clothes are nowhere to be seen. And I'm still in the tree. I got escorted home wearing a police officer's extra t-shirt and their windbreaker and nothing else. And the only reason why I didn't go to jail is because it was a little small farming community and everybody knew everybody. So these guys were friends of my grandpa, so they didn't arrest me. But everybody in my family knew about it the next day. So yeah, that was my 18th birthday, which was actually only my 17th birthday, but I was celebrating it like it was my 18th.
Oh.
So yeah. I'm 63 now, so it was a long time ago. Statute of limitations has run out.
No shame.
I was a little bit of a free spirit. Just you know, I was a little bit of a free spirit, and if you dared me to do something, I was bound and determined I was gonna do it, no matter how impossible it was.
Right.
So yeah, so.
No worries.
So, what is the craziest fun thing that you ever did with your friends that you are so glad that there was not video cameras to get the action so that nobody can say, ooh?
That's not appropriate for TikTok. I can't answer that one.
Uh-oh. Okay, never
I
mind.
can't answer either. I have too many of them.
Hope love.
You did some crazy things.
Yeah. But I do tell my children I grew up very lucky because I grew up in the days where there's no proof.
Right? I'm telling you, God, I'm so glad that, oh my word. Woo! Let's just say.
I tell my kids now, I'm sorry, you guys can't even go around the corner and you're on camera.
Yeah, the sheer amount of cameras, and also they've been putting up cameras, and they were like, oh no, I have coworkers that were like, oh no, that's those are only for those are signal cameras to let the camera or the lights you're coming up on know that you're coming up on them, and so that they can perform. But they have the same things on the light poles going out of town. I'm like, why would they have that?
You guys,
Um,
there are
No, you
cameras
Big Brother
in
is
there are
watching.
cameras there are cameras in our woods now, okay? And
Oh, there's always been cameras.
there's cameras everywhere. And there was a police officer who a few years back did a whole video about if we really knew the amount of cameras that really are up around this world, we would be in shock. That the amount of cameras,
Oh,
no
no
one should
doubt.
ever be.
So
This is what they say, but
CCTV.
this is what she said to this. No one should ever go missing or be lost because of the amount of cameras there are.
Yeah.
I agree
Okay?
with that.
Well, that's the reason why people are going missing and being lost, because of the amount of cameras that there are. Because somebody knows where they're at to come and go and make them be lost and make them disappear. In my opinion. Entertainment only
I was
purposes.
just about
Thank you,
to say
TikTok.
that. Entertainment purposes only.
We're just here entertaining ourselves and anybody else who's interested in what we have to say.
Entertainment purposes, but it's really not entertaining. It's unfortunate.
It's distressing. Yeah, because I mean, used to you could go out in the country, go out in the middle of nowhere and be in the middle of nowhere. There's no such thing as being in the middle of nowhere anymore because everywhere is being observed.
Well,
For disturbing purposes only.
if you thought the motorcycle thing was worse, I got something worse than that. One day, I decided to go to a party with my friend. So me and this girl, we went to a cabin, and she said everybody else was going to be there, but apparently it was just me and her. A private party, apparently. You know,
You were set up.
I was set up. Yes, I was. Not that I minded, but here's the
You
funny.
weren't complaining.
Nah. So she's like, I got these magic things.
Yeah.
So
I've had a little bit of experience with that.
so I she had 3 bags of the magic things. So what do? I eat the entire bag.
Oh, that's a lot.
Oh, it was. So
Your body
she
had no.
videotaped it. She videotaped it because I was in La La Land. I'm running around naked in the field in the woods, going, "I'm a dragon! I'm a ghost!" And she showed my friends, and it was so humiliating. She's like, "Look at, he's running around," and I'm like, "I'm the golden dragon. I'm gonna save the world." I was stark naked running through the forest in the fields, and
That's the best place to be stark naked, is out in the forest and in the fields.
and
The energy is amazing.
I don't remember anything that happened that night, but all I know is she said that she couldn't find me, and she had to wait till the morning to find me, and she found me sitting by a river in the water, like this one. I'm a little dragon. I lost my wings.
Wow.
That's how bad it
the
was.
other dragons were like, "What happened to that guy? We were having such a good conversation."
I was so out of it. That's what you call you're in the spirit world now. I mean, I had some of the peyote before. I had some of the magics. You ever had the peyote?
Peyote? Yeah.
Oh yeah, no,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
no. I've
Yeah,
never,
we did that.
Oh, Lordy. That stuff will take you to a spirit realm.
That was fun.
It's something that you need to really have a guide along with you,
Yeah.
someone who knows what they're doing. It's a very dangerous thing to mess with. You really need a knowledgeable shaman to escort you on that path.
Yeah, that was trip.
We had experience, but
Yeah.
I was walking with.
Well, let's just say I'm a 60s kid. My parents were hippies. My dad was really good friends with the founder of the Angels in California. I mean, really good friends with him. And they met when my dad graduated from high school. He went out there for a trip, what the young men used to
Not
call
the
it, their coming of
motorcycle
age trip.
angels.
Huh?
Different angels? Not the motorcycle angels.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
And they had rings.
I mean, he wasn't a member of them, but he was good friends with many of them. And so I grew up around a lot of really free-spirited kind of individuals when I was a kid. My first motorcycle ride, I was like maybe 3 years old the first time I ever rode a Harley. Rode it with my dad and my uncle.
You had to wait
Me
till
too.
you were
Me too.
Yep.
I wish I would have
And
had.
well, I should say that when the age I was, the first age I remember having been on I was probably on a motorcycle at a lot younger age than that, because my mother would ride with my dad and put my brother in between her and my dad. So yeah.
My dad.
But yeah,
My dad was in the MOB.
the MOB.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was from Sicily.
Ah, I get you. Yeah, my friend, her stepfather was the head of the Iranian MOB. Yeah, so yeah, entertainment purposes only. Facebook, TikTok. So yeah,
I just come from farmers.
I come from farmers too. My dad's dad, his dad was a farmer. My grandfather, my great grandfather both owned a lot of land in the town that I grew up in, and that's all they did was farming. Then my dad's dad, he actually went to work for the railroad when he was 18 years old, and he ended up retiring from the Santa Fe Railroad. Both of my grandfathers did.
That's a good
I got
gig.
a long line of family members. My great grandfather and all my great uncles all worked for the railroad.
That was a good gig, and to retire from the railroad's probably the best retirement that's left out there.
Yep. And the fact that we got to travel all over the United States by train for free when my grandfather was still living.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
All right, we're gonna go for another 27 minutes, and then probably call it a night. But I will be on live tomorrow.
And what are we going to talk about tomorrow?
Why should someone be spiritual?
Now that we're no longer afraid of hell, we're just being nice to each other just for the hell of it, huh?
Right?
Yep. Right?
I mean,
Yeah.
we could save
Well,
that.
I've never been afraid of hell. I always knew that wasn't a place meant for me.
Well,
No matter how badly I behaved, I wasn't afraid of going to hell because I always knew what my true destination was going to be. That didn't mean that I behaved badly.
My thing is, I don't think it was a matter of a choice. Like, I just woke up one day and was spiritual.
Yeah, I
You know
mean,
what I
it
mean?
was like,
It kind of just
yeah, it
happened.
wasn't like even a question asked. It was just like, yeah, it is. Yep,
Well,
we are. Yep.
Yes, yes.
the whole time I went to church, I was convinced I was going to hell. So
Well, that's because if people were putting that into your head.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
what they did
that's the
to me.
influence. Yeah. And see, my grandmother tried to do that to me, but see, my grandfather, he counteracted all of that business and said, no, that's not how it works at all, my darling. He goes, now, he says, you can choose to put yourself in that place if you want to. If you want to do the things that you have, that tarnish you it so severely that you cannot be redeemed. Yeah, because you can do that to yourself. You can totally tarnish yourself to the point to where you can't ever get released from the bad things that you've done. And I believe those are the people that you see that have no light. You know, it looks like there's nothing. Like when you look in their eyes, it's like looking into the eyes of a shark. You know, that blank, nothing there, no light in their eyes at all. Those are the people that have completely and totally just said, you know what? I'm going to live there because that's where I deserve to be.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's really like my brother's a Jehovah's Witness, you know, and he came for a visit over a month ago, and he was talking to my kids, and he was like trying to get them. They were getting all like, one already has anxiety, one, you know, is gay, and he was like making them, you know, nervous and this and that, and I'm like, I don't do that to them. You know what I mean? I'm like, I believe in magic, and I believe in a totally different way than you, you know? And they're being raised in a different manner than that. And I, you know, like, I didn't appreciate it, you know? And he's really trying to indoctrinate them and make them have fear. And I'm like, don't do that. You know, this is not the right way to do it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I that fire and brimstone, you know, you're all born in sin and all that bull hockey that they try to spout in most Christian religions. It's all bull. We weren't born in sin. We were born in humanity. We were born in humanity, and we're not sinners until we decide to sin. Once we become of age to know the difference between right and wrong.
I brought something up to the church and they didn't like me, so I said, you know, you told me not to pay attention and not that the Old Testament is not relevant. Okay, so that means half of what you said isn't relevant, right? So so there is no hell. Hell is the state of my mind. So if I'm going to be living in my own hell. So, and in my reality, my hell is nothing like this. And they didn't like my thing. I said, well, how do you know you're not going to hell? Because you're not reading the Bible. You're telling me to read the Bible, or I'm going to go to hell. But, you know what I'm saying?
Nobody's reading the true Bible because it's been changed so much.
Yeah,
the true Bible didn't say the crap that the King James version. King James was a misogynist that hated women.
Yeah,
and so he removed all of the women out of the Bible, that as much as he could of the women out of the Bible.
Also, what's his name did something with the Bible?
Constantine.
Yes.
Constantine, the Roman Constantine that became a Christian. Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's why you can buy the Bibles that are really old and compare them. What a difference, you know?
Right? Yeah,
it's a big difference. But even the ones that are really, really old, like the ones they have in the beginning, those aren't even true.
No,
so
they were changed.
You know what
already,
I mean?
Yeah.
What you can't trust any of them. Nothing.
Oh. What
and now I'm hearing about well, it's not just now hearing about but it's becoming a really big thing now. The Ethiopian Bible. that it's actually the
Yes,
oldest
yes, that's
Bible in existence. And it's not even in English. It's in the Ethiopian language. It's a very old language.
Yeah, a dialect that's so old that nobody even knows what it is.
And the Ethiopians they say that they can follow their genealogy all the way back to the son of Noah, Ham. I think it was the son of Noah.
Yeah.
I think it's the son of Noah, Ham.
And I think
Yeah.
that's when they also said they have the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah, it is said that they do. Yes.
Which, that's probably true.
But it's not here on Earth. Not in this dimension, anyway.
Yes, I'm glad you said that because we were gonna say like layers of an onion. There's so many different layers.
Right. And it astounds me that these so-called educated archaeologists saying, oh, we don't understand how the link to the pyramids and the link to the Aztec pyramids and the Egyptian pyramids. Hello, it's all the same freaking technology. It's the same.
Know. They're just trying. They're just
The
trying
smoke
to
screen to keep us in the dark. Yeah.
say whatever they can say to keep people in the not know.
And then the Christians are like, the earth is only 6,000 years old. You people don't know. It's just not that old at all.
And it's like, dude, really?
I know where
Only
they get that
6,000?
from. I know
Yeah,
where they
well,
get
yeah. It's from scripture. But they don't understand that doesn't pertain to that's not talking about the age of the earth.
No.
6,000 years, that's God's time, not our time.
Well, they say days like 1,000 years. I actually researched this. A day's like 1,000 years. Humans have been on the earth since the minute Adam put his foot on the planet until now. It's been 6,000 years.
When they were cast from the garden.
Yes.
Supposedly cast from the garden.
And in the seventh millennium, which would make it 14, which is the seventh millennium, is when he's going to come down and reign for 1,000 years. That's where they're coming up, where it's the end of times, because 7,000 years, it's coming to that would be 14, 13 is November, and the Earth's been in existence for 7 days of creation. He rests on the seventh. There you go. Every day is 1,000 years, so there's your 7 right there, plus the 6 days man been on the planet, which would be another 6,000 years. So,
but it didn't tell in the Bible how long it was between the time that he created the planet and the time he decided to put man on Earth.
That's what they believe.
That's where they go wrong. That's because they can't wrap their minds around the fact that just because they're thinking in this time manner, the time manner that they're thinking in is not the time manner that God uses. It could have been one day he created the earth one day and put man on it the next day, or it could be that he created the earth, waited 10,000 years or 10 million years or 10,000 billion years, and then decided to put man on earth. It doesn't say. And assumptions is all they have. And you know what they say about assumptions.
If it's longer.
It has to be longer.
Things happen.
Because look at the age of the pyramids. They don't even have the age of the pyramids right. They don't even have the age of the Göbekli Tepe right either. Just think about the place in Turkey that they say is the seat of the world. Wrong. That's not the seat of the world, but okay. The seat of the world is in the center of the earth. It's not in the outside exterior part of the earth. That's where I believe the Garden of Eden is in the interior of the earth.
Garden of Eden
comes from the center of the earth.
I know what a Garden of Eden is. The Garden of Eden is at the North Pole. It's that mountain that they keep hiding.
Not the North Pole, the Arctic.
North Pole. There's a part of the North Pole that's hiding from you.
What, AK?
There's 2 poles, north and south.
Yes, North and South Pole, yes. Antarctic and the Arctic and the Antarctic.
If you look,
well, there has to be more than one entrance, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about. I'm talking about one entrance as you're talking about the other. We're going from one side, we're going to meet in the middle.
Well, one's used for the there's a hole on both, but basically where that mountain is in the middle of the North Pole, there's an island with a mountain there, and that's where the hole is, and that's where it is.
Right. And this is all for entertainment purposes only, TikTok.
And the South Pole
Let's just
is
be nice.
where the spatial beings go, and they have their meetings with the Council of 12. And the Council of 12 is 12 individual species of beings that meet with the Earth Alliance, the Earth people, and they made that alliance, and the treaties are made. That's where that comes in.
Right.
Because who was it went down there? Admiral Byrd went down there in a few.
Yeah. Now that was the Antarctic that Admiral Byrd went to and found the opening into the and they disappeared for what was it, a month? They were missing. Or it was said to the public that they were missing. I think the government knew where they were at.
Of course.
Because I think that they were sent there for that very purpose.
And the funny thing is, the government hides a lot of, GOV hides a lot of stuff here. If you think about it, they also had the fact of the Philadelphia experiment, which they were trying to do. They were trying to figure out how to teleport, but instead they figured out how to cloak.
Yep.
They were messing with magnetism. That's why half the people. And
Well, it wasn't just cloaking. It was actually dematerializing.
yes, it was teleporting.
Because when it rematerialized, men were actually trapped inside the metal. So that that says that they did not become solid enough before the event ended, that they ended up inside places instead of being in the place where they were supposed to be at.
It was also reported in some countries they've seen military men up in mirrors and windows. That's what they were doing. They were trying to make cloaking, but they ended up in teleportation.
Right. They were messing with stuff that was way beyond their brain power.
The technology they had at their fingertips.
Right.
And they got that information from some of the ships that had crashed. Same thing with
these things come
Correct.
with owner's manuals.
the same thing with
The owner's manuals. Yeah.
it's the same thing with the certain project.
Exactly.
They're trying to figure out how to work the.
Well, my dad claimed he was part of the MK Ultra project. And the what's it called, where the remote viewing project.
We're all experiencing waves and things pushed on us. Have you ever seen the Gwen project? These Gwen towers. They call them cell phone towers, but if you look up Gwen Tower and read what they do, that's like pushing waves into our minds, and so they can basically, they put these towers up and they can make people feel sad or happy or whatever. I don't know.
They're doing that now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see what they don't understand is they can put out whatever they want to put out. Doesn't mean we have to receive it.
Exactly. Yes.
But we have to know about it to be able to rebuff it.
Right.
And that's the reason
there's
for
many
these
who don't know.
conversations. There
Many
are
don't
many who don't know. Yep.
Or they don't believe it.
Yeah, they say, "Oh, y'all are cuckoos. Y'all talk crazy." Yeah, wait until you find out. Yeah, I'll just be crazy as I want to be, because I'm telling you, I would just be just as
wearing
crazy
hats.
as I want.
It's called you have to wear an EMF hat now, you know?
Yeah.
wearing a pretzel hat, like a tinfoil hat, would help.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Getting my
Those are the crazy people, the people wearing the hats. Sounds like something they would say.
yeah. Well, I've had too many people in my family that have been accused of being witches because of the gifts that we have. My mother and my sisters and
You
I
have
were labeled as
multicolored eyes?
witches when I was a young. Yes, I do.
That's
My
a
eyes
good
change
sign.
with my eyes change color with my moods also. If I'm in a really bad mood, my
That's
eyes are darker. If I'm in a good mood, my eyes are lighter.
telepathic, only for entertainment purposes. Only you have
Absolutely.
telepathic abilities.
Yep.
Sometimes my eyes change from 3 colors: gold, either gold, blue, or green.
Well, I think
Yeah.
most of us have the ability to be telepathic if we really want to be.
Oh, absolutely. We all have the ability. We just not all of us hone the abilities. Some of us ignore those abilities. Some of us are frightened by them, so we push them away. But we all
Yes.
have the ability. It's the same abilities that Christ told us that we had, that Yeshua told us we
Yes,
had,
that's
that we could
indeed.
do the same things as he did, only more.
He didn't want us to worship him.
No, he
wanted
didn't.
us to be
He
like him.
that wasn't his purpose here. He was here to show us the way to get to where we were supposed to go through love and kindness, and not through judgmental a-hole business. You know, the business that
Yeah, we know the one.
yeah.
The
So,
best
yeah.
way to describe it is to watch Lucy.
Mhm.
Excuse me, what? Do what?
Watch the movie Lucy. You'll
The
get
movie
a brief
Lucy?
idea.
AI.
You'll get a Lucy with Scarlett Johansson. You'll get a
Yes.
brief idea of what's going on.
That was a really good movie.
It was.
I'll have to look it up.
Some of what Lucy does.
Oh, thank you for the gifts. Whoever gave me gifts, I didn't even notice. I'm sorry. I was been.
I
You know, yeah.
noticed that some of the stuff that Lucy was doing, I was doing, and it tripped me out. Because, as some of you might know, I usually go like this.
Uh huh.
I was doing this for a while, and I'm wondering, why am I doing that? And then I thought, I watched a movie with Trina over here, and I watched her do that. I'm like, nuh-uh. That's what I was
Oh,
doing.
maybe we should have a movie watching night where we watch a movie together.
I don't know how
That would be cool. I don't know if we could do that or not.
I don't know.
I mean, you can host it, and who shows up will show up.
There you go.
I don't know how to do that on my phone.
I don't know if it would be a copyright infringement or not.
Yeah, because some people do that and get away with it.
Actually, it will be a copyright infringement. You can't do that.
That's what. See,
But
that's what I.
on the
That's.
Discord. You can watch movies
Oh yeah,
on
on
there,
Discord.
where everybody joins the party and they can watch it that way.
Well,
But
I know
I think you could do it on YouTube too.
I know people are watching the movie. I'm watching movies on here because I watched on TikTok. I ended up watching all of Deadpool versus Deadpool Wolverine on TikTok.
wow.
Really?
Somebody got
Huh.
in trouble. You got lucky. You found somebody who was going to get in trouble.
The FBI is probably looking for that person right now. Entertainment
No, they got-
purposes
they got
only.
all the information.
TikTok.
From his Facebook.
Yeah.
I have a boot version of the movie.
We used to know some people that lived across the street from us that they had, I don't know where they got them, but every new movie before it was in the theaters, they had copies of them and was giving them out to all of their friends and selling them to people and stuff. And I was like, dude, this is like really, if I told my husband, I said, if the FBI shows up at our house, I am going to kick your butt. Because he had all these movies these people were giving him that were totally bootlegged. I mean, you could see it. They were like rough cuts of some of the movies, like they had gotten them like directly from the producer of the movie, you know, kind of thing. I'm like, no, I don't want to go to jail for some stupid CDs that you've got in these movies. No, DVDs, not CDs, DVDs. Go to jail for some stupid CDs that you've got in these movies. No, DVDs, not CDs, DVDs. Go to jail for some stupid CDs. But oh Lord, have mercy, Echo.
Okay, it's been a great night. We're gonna end it now, and we'll meet back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Grandma, come in earlier.
Love and light to everyone. Sweet dreams. Take care of yourselves.
Sweet dreams.
Good night.
Night. Blessed peace.